working. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat. 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Yo, yo, yo. I love how Ethan said hi first and Churro redeemed it. What's up, Chi? What's up, Churro? What's up, Ethan? Yes. I think it was Jimmy, your boy Jimmy, who gave you the tier 1 sub. Might be wrong. Let me press buttons. Yo! What's up? It sure has been a long time. Hey, is that NZ? Is that who I think it is? Or am I wrong? So many. Wait, let me see. It is you? Hey, what's up? How you doing? How's Vaughn doing? I was first technically. You were, but you didn't redeem it. How was life? Life is good. Life is okay. We had to put my dog down yesterday. That sucked. But aside from that, life is good. Aside from that, life is okay. Gonna start a new Nuzlocke today, so that should be fun. I'm gonna do a lot of Pokemon on this channel. And I have it set up, as you could probably tell. We have... I could do this. Boom. Boom. Isn't that kind of cool? Boom, boom. When we get a badge on the top left, I could put the badge in. Boom, boom, boom. The level caps are on the top left. I don't know. I like the setup. It's the game I guessed. It is. I am going for all 16 plus red. I am indeed. What's the perks of tier 1 subs? You do not get ads, and you get more points. That's the biggest 2 things. And you give me money. Vaughn live streams less, but hey, man's a player, if you know what I mean. Hey, let's go. I haven't talked to him in so long. I hope he's doing well. Please keep the bottom screen as the smaller screen. It's just correct. Oh, yeah. But in case I ever look at, like, my Pokemon, I could just do this, you know? It's just fun. Like, I don't know. It's fun to press the buttons and to see it happen. Oh, I feel like the light is too much on my face. I'll be right back. Sorry. Now it might be too dark. Ugh. Jesus, it is. Getting the right balance is so hard.
Hello there.
I should, NZ. I should. How are you doing? You Minecrafting? You still chess playing? What's up, Nathan? How you doing? I think I am in his Discord. Just have to check it. Yeah, I missed that group, to be honest. Sorry for your loss. Thank you, bro. Yeah, that's life, unfortunately, but at least he was 12. He was in his 80s, but For anyone just popping in, my dog. We had to put my dog down yesterday. Which sucked. But yeah, Stream Elements. Stream Elements is an asshole. All right, we're gonna start a new game today. We're gonna do Pokemon SoulSilver, right? Yeah, Pokemon SoulSilver. Sag indeed. I'm checking out a lot of chess engine games. I'm doing a bit of Minecraft, but mainly... Oh, you're mainly Genshin impacting? I didn't know that. Nathan Genshin impacts a lot. We got a couple of people on the Discord that actually play a lot of Genshin. Stream Elements. Not the place Stream Elements. It's okay. It's okay. These things happen, unfortunately. Oh, wait. Oof. Sorry for your loss. It's okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. But time heals all wounds, so there's nothing I could do, you know? Genshin where? Hey, Nathan with that AR-56. We'll put some music that you guys could play a little later. But for now, it's going to be some of my Spotify music. Also, you guys will be able to name the Pokemon throughout the journey. So we could all get attached to them. And I will be making a YouTube video out of this eventually. So, yeah, you can be on YouTube in front of billions of people. Or something. By the way, why do I have golden ping pong rackets? Hey, nah, golden is for 3 months. You've been subbed for 3 months, that's why. See, moments like this is why the Switch is cool. I could just do this and put my name in. That's pretty cool, right? We're gonna go with ping, of course. Because I'm ping. Bada bing, bada boom. For anyone wondering, the reason that we do, we're gonna do SoulSilver and Hard Gold. If you want to see the rules, you could do exclamation point Nuzlocke. It's basically a very hard version of a Pokemon game. I have a friend who's AR-55. It sounds like you're talking about guns. It was AR-58, but had an account. Oh, nice. July 13th Genshin update. Nice. What's up, Doctor? Oi, oi. Please call yourself Pong on your 5th reset. Hey, who said it'll be so many resets? I feel confident in this game, okay? Even though... What the heck? Oh, okay. I feel confident in this game. Alright? It's not like the ice... The ice challenge was insane. This one shouldn't have that many resets. Do you still do Among Us streams, or did you stop doing those? Yeah, I stopped doing those a while ago. We do Poke MMO now, though, on the weekends. Like Friday, Saturday. Friday, Sunday. So that's fun. That's Pokemon, but MMO. Like, we could play with each other. So that's cool. 5 is pretty low, seeing that one Fire Red run. I've gotten better at Nuzlocking. We're going to be doing calculations and stuff, okay? We're going to go all out. This is not, you know. Yeah. Do they already have almost 3 updates? Like 3.0 update? Gee, Doctor, how's Jimmy's subathon going? It's 3 a.m.? Sheesh, that's... Well, it is summer vacation, right? So, I guess there is that. Hopefully not Ice Nuzlocke Part 2. It's not gonna be. I've learned from that to not make Nuzlocks as hard as that. It wasn't fun after a while, right? Stomach is broken? Aw. You have a lesson at 9? Wait, like a school lesson? Jeez. What are you staring at? Bruh, this guy just freaking pushed me. I'm gonna go get a Pokemon and beat his butt. Not vacation right now? Oh. That sucks. It's out of school. So it's still kind of vacation, right? Oh, I forgot to change the settings. I'm gonna change the settings after this. Come on, yeah, sorry, no Among Us, Ethan. Among Us? Among Us is kind of Among Us-y, you know? We had a good run as it went. Weather sucks nowadays. Really? It's really hot here, which I don't like much, but some people do. By the way... Oh, never mind. V3.0, I don't know when it's coming. Oh. Yo, let's go. Okay, who do we pick, guys? Should we get Chikorita, Totodile, or Cyndaquil? You know what? Ha! I don't care what you guys say. I'm gonna roll a die. Roll die. Boom. There is no 4. Come on, roll die. Boom. There is no 6. Roll die. Bro, 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 3. Wait. How do we put 3? How do we put 3? Oh my god. Whatever. Let's see what you guys say, actually. We got a Totodile and a Cyndaquil. Okay. I'm also on school holidays with semi-permanent rain. Damn. I'm waiting for Sumeru before playing. Sumeru? I enjoyed murdering you in Among Us. I'm glad you did. The heat. Yeah, I hate the heat too, to be honest. Pick a number between 1 and 3. Now, I'll see what you guys want. So we got 1 Cyndaquil. Ow. 1 Totodile. You know what that means? No one picked the last guy, which sucks. Well, I'll say the first gym is against the flying. The first gym is a flying gym, right? So we don't want grass type. Fire or water? We got 1 Totodile, 1 Cyndaquil. Oh, Sumeru is the new region? Oh, cool. That sounds Japanese. They added another Japanese region? So Totodile and Cyndaquil. Guys, we need 1 more vote for Cyndaquil or Totodile. Or we could actually look to see what is the best choice. Let me see. First 3 gems, Pokemon, SoulSilver. Because we could only use Gen 2 Pokemon in this run. The first is a flying gem, then it's a bug gem. Oh, so Cyndaquil seems better. And then it's normal. Poison, fighting. Steel. There's a steel gym. Yeah, I think Cyndaquil is the better choice here, guys. Ice. Against water, he's not worth it. Against the water gym, but that's about it. It seems like a water type is better late game, but there's a lot of water types usually in Pokemon games. So we're gonna go with fire. We're gonna go with Cyndaquil. Because grass against flying sucks. It's better for early game gyms. I'm just writing stuff down for the voiceover for the YouTube video. While we play, I'm gonna write some stuff down. So when is the new region? Mayhaps. Mondstadt sounds German. It does, actually. Could explain the alcoholism. You remember when I asked you that? Yes, I do. When are you going to the anime thing again? Expo? Let's go with Cyndaquil. I've been to Munich, and the beer there is phenomenal. I've been to Germany, but not Munich. All right. What do we name him? Ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen and ladies. What should we name this being? We can name it after one of you guys. Or we could have it so it's a thing. Like it's thematic. Baisu? What's Baisu? Melt. Cyndaquil is just a melt. I don't know. Fair. We're gonna take the first 2 letters, CY, and then the last. Oh, Cyndaquil. Isn't there like a medicine, something Tyquil or something? We can name it Tyquil. I don't know enough medicines to keep going with that theme. You know what? Let's name it Sinnoh. Baisu is a Geo NPC? Oh. You know way too much, guys. Dendro character. Oh. We're gonna go Cyndaquil. We're gonna go Sill. We're gonna go Sill, like cylinder. CY and then the last letter, Sill. Yeah, very original. Very, very cool. Cool name. Yeah. Okay. Is Sill the nickname? Yes, it is the nickname I want. Bye-bye. Let me just add the Pokemon. Cyndaquil. Boom, there's the little boy. I'm gonna have to add them one by one. I forgot to do that. So that might be a little annoying in the beginning. Okay. You can take it all the way to Mr. Pokemon's house. I think we got 5 potions now, too. I was thinking grass, but couldn't remember the term. Dendro. Girl mode? Wait, do I have a girl mode? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I guess I did, right? I haven't streamed in like 2.5 months, by the way, NZ. I just came back to streaming like last week for 2 days. Or for 1 day. And now I'm back full-time, baby! Full-time Pokemon, mostly. And then some other games with some streamers and stuff. But it's gonna be Pokemon. Pokemon vibes. Yeah. I was trying to figure out stuff to make money on the side and to continue like YouTube and Twitch. Because I don't want to give up YouTube and Twitch in the long run. I want to keep doing it. But gotta make money in life too, you know? That's a cute Pokemon. Blah, blah, blah. Come on. Get out of here, girl. I love how this creep is just staring in the window the whole game. Well, the whole beginning of the game. Oh, yeah. I forgot we could speed. We're going to use the speed function a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot. In the beginning, we won't that much. Oh, I have to change the settings. I almost forgot. Get out of me here, mother. Okay. We're going to go to options. We're going to put text speed fast, battle scene on, but set mode. And everything else looks good. What the hell? My Pokemon just spasmed. Okay, there we go. I have an essay due for 9 in the morning. Shit! Maybe get on that. That seems more important, no? Oh, let me put the chat here. And put the chat closer. There we go. So it looks like I'm looking at the webcam. Oh, there we go. In about 6 hours. Jesus. You should get it. You should get it done. Get out of here, Professor Elm. Okay. We don't have to catch any Pokemon until we don't have to catch any Pokemon until we get Pokeballs. I forgot. Yo, this route is so complex. The one thing I will say, though, is that we can only catch Gen 2 Pokemon. You're dying inside? Bro, you got this! Well, you have to get that. You have to do it. I think this guy gives us something. Bro, this grandpa is so freaking fast. I know he has running shoes on, but Jesus Christ. He's a speedy old man. Oh. So I can... The good thing is that parents are always looking to... Okay. Just do things... Get... I don't know. I'm not your parents. Do what you need to do. Do what you want. I don't know. Oh, I think... Oh, he already gave me running shoes. Wait, I'm dumb. Okay. So right now we have to get... I don't think we get access to Pokeballs yet. I might be wrong. Yeah, we don't get access to Pokeballs. So all we could do is... Does he give me Pokeballs? No, he does not. All we could do is do what we have to do for the story, and then catch Pokeballs later. Yeah, you should get on the project. Keep me up on another monitor, you know, give me the view, but you should get on another project. I don't think Hey, oh, there's nothing. We can't do anything about that. Hey. So we get the apricorn box. Apricorn. Apricorn. I have a tablet. Nice. I don't think we have to verse anyone before getting there. You're in the master bedroom. Sheesh. You're getting comfortable, yeah? Oh my god, there's like a trainer battle every second. So yeah. So with the rules I play, the first encounter is the only chance to catch a Pokemon, which means if our first encounter is not a Gen 2 Pokemon, I'm forced to run away, which sucks. And because I'm dumb and I don't remember what's a Gen 1 and Gen 2 Pokemon, because it kind of is blurred in my head, you guys might have to help me with that. What I will say is that that's normal Nuzlocke. No, normal Nuzlocke rules actually, that's what I thought, are that if it's a duplicate, you could keep going until you get a Pokemon that's not a duplicate. My rules is that even if it's a duplicate, you have to, that's your only encounter in the area. My iPad Pro and, sorry if I didn't explain that well, and phone broke in the space of 3 weeks. Jesus, what were you doing with them? Sheesh. To tell you off if something isn't Gen 1. Yes. Thank you. I had to get another tablet and got a refurbished phone, and I'm now waiting for it. Nice. Nice, but also not nice. Hopefully you didn't lose much data when that happened. So in Route 29, Sentret and Hoot Hoot are Gen 2, right? Rattata and Pidgey are Gen 1. So we have a 50% chance. Oh, I like the song. Oh, and day and nighttime. Oh, shit, day and night. Oh, we're going to be playing this only at night. Oh, my God. Wait, so encounter rates are really going to be biased. Oh. It's all over the place. That means we only have a chance to get a Hoot Hoot. But Hoot Hoot is a 85% chance and Rattata is 15. So hopefully we get it. Once we get Pokeballs, of course. I've never seen anyone do a Nuzlocke without the first Pokemon in a route only rule. I'm pretty sure like almost everyone on YouTube, they do Nuzlockes with, yeah, first Pokemon only, but there's a dupes clause that most people use. So if it's a duplicate Pokemon, you could keep going for more encounters until you get a Pokemon that's not a duplicate. So if I caught a Hoot Hoot in Route 1, in Route 2, if my first encounter is a Hoot Hoot, I could keep going until it's not a Hoot Hoot. But I don't play like that. I was playing Genshin and then the screen went black. Oh, was it? Oh. And my phone broke for no reason. That sounds terrible. Ayo, he rested my Pokemon. I wanted to end it all when that happened. It's good now. That's good. It's good you didn't lose much, because Genshin, you could have your data saved online, right? Hey, Professor Oak. Alright, give me the Pokédex. I don't really care about the Pokédex. Give me Pokeballs. I want them balls. I think I don't have balls yet, right? They didn't give me any balls. Nope. It is all online? Nice. Nice! Yeah, so Nathan, you mentioned the the anime expo, but you didn't mention anything else. Did you go? I don't remember when you told me it was happening, but I remember you were gonna dress up as a samurai. You want them balls? Hell yeah, I want them balls. All sus. I mean, what? I think this way there's trainers, so we're gonna go this way, because I don't want to battle anything yet. Yeah, you see those guys are battling. I think, yeah, there we go. I found this song the other day. It sounds so nice. Yo, welcome back. I was gonna ask about the anime expo. What's going on with that? Jesus, I can't go in the Poke Center. Okay. Let's go in the Pokemart. Yeah, so we can't buy Pokeballs yet. We definitely have to go back to Professor Elm. Oh, I forgot about this battle. Wait, I forgot about this battle. Oh my god. Because we didn't get Pokeballs yet. I completely forgot we had a battle. I think this is the game where I have the least experience in. Like, main Pokemon games. So hopefully it goes well. Oh, shoot. Can I Leer and Tackle kill him? Like in a lot of games? Let's see. Yeah, he went straight for Scratch. Oh, that did a lot of damage. And son, you got an anime figure? Let's go. There was a VTuber? That's cool. Oh, that's not good. He used Leer. Do I go for another Leer or do I go for Tackle? I'm gonna go for another Tackle. I'm in the bathroom questioning my life choices, and then I'm gonna go brainstorm. Sounds good. Okay, I think we could. Who was the VTuber? I think we could win. Ooh, he went for Leer? That seems dumb. Yeah, this is an easy KO. Bye-bye.
Hello there.
Hey, Jasik. See you later. Thanks for popping in. That sounds good. That sounds good. Sometimes you gotta do that. Hey, learn smoke screen. Goodbye. See you next time. Yeah, you gotta for starter battles, almost in every Pokemon game, if you Leer and then Tackle or Scratch or whatever you have, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna win. Because Leering is actually pretty useful. Or not. I might become a ghost again. Enjoy questioning your life choices. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. You're impressed? Bro, I know how to pronounce your name. I don't say Yesic. I always say Jessica. I try to say it right. I don't know, but it looks like a female demon with a pink dress. Okay. I don't know many VTubers, but I know Tyler does. Arts Blaster, so. Or Tail Whip. Yeah. I'm gonna be the world's greatest Pokemon trainer. Yeah, okay. Give it back. That's my trainer card. Bro, why did I steal his trainer card, though? That's so random. What should we name the rival, guys? If you guys have... Oh, I thought I had to verse her for a second. If you guys have any good name, let me know. Oh, I guess I picked it up. He dropped it. Oh, good point. Yeah, but he dropped his trainer card, and then I picked it up, stared at it, looked at his name, and then gave it back. Silver? Nah. Dickface? Yeah, maybe. How about Silverface? Nah. I saw it. There was a red-haired boy looking into the building. Bruh. This police officer thought that I stole the Pokemon. I wish I stole the Pokemon. I would have 2 starters. I'd just train them to level 100 and then, like, win. Silver is his canonical name? Yeah, I know. But, you know. Idiot is gonna... Yeah, that works. How about Shanks? Because he has red hair. I kind of want to name him Shanks. Like from One Piece. You guys know Shanks from... I hope someone knows Shanks from One Piece. Yeah. I think Shanks from One Piece would be cool. Diluc. Yeah, Diluc would be cool from Genshin, right? I don't know who Lining is. Lining Tech Tips? I'm gonna go with Shanks. Even though I asked you guys. I like Shanks. I'm sorry. Better than Idiot or Silver. Silver is like everyone calls them Silver. Diluc would be cool. But Shanks is cooler. I'm sorry. Guys, One Piece. It's awesome. Yo, what's up, Streamlabs? How you doing? Shanks was his name. Diluc would be perfect. Oh. Diluc or Shanks? Nah, Shanks is cooler. I'm sorry, guys. I know there's a lot of Genshin peeps in here, but you gotta become One Piece peeps. Let's go back to normal. We have Primogems, but no Diluc. Aw, that's sad. That's all. I said lining because of silver. Silver and oh. I get it. Only QQ? Oh, you only got Kiki? Zhangling. Oh, I think he gives us the egg. Right? Don't we get the egg? I'll call if I learn anything about that egg. I think he gives us the egg at some point, no? I don't know. Let's go talk to Mommy. And then we could not catch Pokemon yet. We don't want her to save our money, okay? We can't die. We literally, if we die, we reset. So there's no reason for her to save our money. Stupid mother. Yeah. You got Diluc? Nice. I also had him when I used to play. Diluc? Zhang? I don't know. Quiki? I don't know. I don't remember, man. When I say that One Piece is kind of bad, I mean it's terrible. I do think the anime is overrated. Bro, is this the one game where your mother does not heal your Pokemon? Are you serious, mother? I came home to rest. Okay? I want to rest. And you don't, what do you do here all day? You don't even, what a bad mother. Bad mother. Let me see real quick. Do we get Pokeballs? I feel like we need to get Pokeballs already. No? I'm far gone. Chi-Chi? Oh. Diluc? That sounds like Dylan. I'm sorry to any Dylans out there. It's actually not a bad name, but like, I don't know. What am I pressing? I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm going crazy. I got no balls. All right, let's go heal up, though. Mother, is it daylight savings? That's a bottom. I don't. Yeah, there it is. Here we go. We heal our Pokemon. Okay, since we have no access to Pokeballs. Oh, she gives us Pokeballs. Diluc. I am your father. Dumb joke. I apologize. All right, give me your balls. I'm a lost hope. She gave me balls, right? Yeah, we got them balls. All right, what's our first Pokemon on, what is it, Route 29, I think? Yeah, Route 29. What will be our first Pokemon? It has to be a Hoot. There's a 15% chance that it would be a Rattata. Are you serious? We can't catch it. It's a Gen 1 Pokemon. Bruh. That's so dumb. Oh. Okay. So we're just gonna run away. Are you now? Watch. Every single thing will be a Hoot now. Look, Hoot. Watch. Everything will be a Hoot. Hoot. Like, it's, bro, this game is trolling. This game is like playing with my emotions. I like this song. I just remember that one girl in Mondstadt being like, Diluc in a semi-moan. I don't remember that. You're crying? Don't cry. Laugh. All right, Route 30. Round 30, we could get a lot of Pokemon. At this time, though, there's a 40% chance of a Rattata, 30 of Hoot, and 30 of... Wait. No. Huh? Yeah, 30. Huh? No way. Oh my god. Guys, this is actually terrible. I didn't realize this. All right. Look at this. According to this, on Route 30, at nighttime, in Soul... Oh, no, wait, I'm dumb. Okay. There's a 60% chance of a Hoot Hoot. Okay? And a 40% chance of a Rattata. So, it's... We have worse odds. Okay? We have worse odds, but it could be a Hoot Hoot. If we don't get it, this is really bad. This video rating character climbing moans on YouTube. There's a moan video on YouTube that I have uploaded as well. Recommend it to me. Razor moaning wild stats. A lot of the characters moan in that game. All right, round 30. We need a Hoot Hoot. We need a Hoot Hoot. Bro, come on. Like, oh, this is not good at all. Shit. I'm trying to look at what else we could get. Okay, Route 31 is our next option. 40% chance of a Hoot Hoot. Jesus. 40%? That is not good. And 20% of a Bellsprout. Bellsprout is Gen 1, right? Lisa be 10 out of 10 to perverted people. Here Dot used to love Lisa. I kid you not, the person rating just shut up when Lisa was climbing. That's funny. Oh, now it's a Hoot Hoot, of course. Bro, they keep doing that. All right, do we verse the trainers? No, and I'll tell you the reasoning here. If we verse trainers, our starter will go up levels, and then it'll be harder to catch Pokemon. I mean, catching level 2 Pokemon is not that hard anyway, but I probably should have bought more Pokeballs as well. All right. Wait, I thought we get the egg. Do we not get the egg? Do we get the egg later, guys? Am I crazy? I must be crazy. I feel like that what people would do when he plays Genshin. Yeah. I would listen. I would look at their butts sometimes. All right. We're just going to verse the trainers we have to verse here. Oh my god, Pidgey, so scary. Oh my god, Rattata, kind of scary. I'm going to leer. Oh! Why did it do so much? I missed? Are you kidding me? I'm about to lose? Oh, no, I'm not. He didn't use quick attack. Let's go. Let's go. Too close, baby. Too close. All right. We got to go heal. PP equals perv. I'm not a perv. Lisa is of age, okay? I think. She should be if she's not. Let's say I feel like a creep when Rosaria be climbing up on the default outfit. I don't even know if I know who Rosaria is. Let's buy Pokeballs. I'm gonna buy 4 Pokeballs. We're gonna buy 1 antidote. We already have one. And that's it. Excuse me. We can't use items in battle, so. Hardcore Nuzlocke, set mode, all this stuff. Exclamation point rules if you want to see it. Holy nun. Oh, she's the nun? Oh. I can see why it feels weird. What is this song? It sounds nice. Did we put copyright-free Pokemon music? Why not? Pokemon Fire... Wait, that's not Fire Red. SoulSilver. There we go. Yo, what's up, Emily? What's up, guys? It's Emily. With us, what's a outfit? Stripper outfit? Oh. Not the scary movie. Oh. What's the scary? I don't watch scary movies. Did Nathan leave or he's still chilling? You'll end up like me. Don't do it. Oh yeah, he has an essay due. People look it up if you want. NZ has an essay due. Nah. Oh, I almost versed him by accident. Bro, sometimes I can't pay attention to the game and you guys at the same time. I'm pretty bad. Nice. Oh no. I prefer the new outfits for the characters. Unpopular opinion, surprisingly. It's not that surprising. A lot of people who play Genshin type games are like seeing that. You know, some people like seeing that. It was due 2 days ago. Wait, was it really? Sheesh. Just don't show it on screen. Can you send me a message on it? Oh, this guy doesn't even verse you. Okay, should we go back? Should we go to the dark cave? I don't know what the dark cave has. I'm gonna look at what the dark cave has. Dark cave Pokemon. I play for the pot, seriously. I think people play for the plot, play for the plot, blah, 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 and for the other stuff. Tom Holland waved at you. Actually, Nathan, don't send it to me. That's a bit weird thing to send. Sorry. So Dark Cave has 39% of a Zubat, 60% Geodude, and 1% Dunsparce. Zubat and Geodude are both Gen 1 Pokemon, right? Dunsparce is Gen 2, I think. So there's no point of going in there. Yeah. And then we could enter that cave from another area. Thanks for the lurk. Get the homework done. I play specifically for the story. Fair. The story is pretty cool. Get the Dunce. Dunsparce is literally like a 1% chance. Our luck has been really bad. I think we'll go back from the other side, so we could still keep our encounter for there. We're gonna skip a bunch of trainers just to get another encounter. I think, yeah, we're still on the same route here, right? So we're gonna skip these two. Wait, this is Route 31? When did I get to Route 31? No, I accidentally screwed up the encounter. Where did Route 31 start? Oh, okay. No! Wait, did we get an encounter here? I don't remember if something popped up. What to do? Do we pretend that I didn't make the mistake? Or do I look back at the VOD later? Can we pretend I didn't make the mistake, guys? We need a hoot hoot. Please, guys. We need the hoot hoot. It's a 40% chance of Rattata, 40 of hoot hoot. I think we're gonna go for the encounter here. Too late, you sent it? Alright, let's see what you send me on Discord. Oh. Oh yeah, she's pretty cute, the nun. Alright, let's see what our encounter is on Route 31. Hoot hoot, hoot hoot! Hoot hoot, let's go! It only took 3 tries. I mean, now we have to catch it, but... Oh, it's a level 4 too, which is kind of high. I'm gonna go for a Pokeball. But the outfit? So what? What about the outfit? Let's go, first try. What are we calling Hoot Hoot? I guess if we're going with the way we named Sil, I guess we would have to name him Hoot. Hooters. I feel like everyone names him Hooters. Revealing? That's too long. I'll go with reveal. Crow. How about Rev Crow? It's so stupid. I'm gonna combine both. When she runs, it's how to say it? Reveal. Oh, you're saying her thing is revealing, not name it revealing. Okay, that makes more sense. Let's go with Crow. Haikyuu. Oh. Haikyuu doesn't really make sense though. What does this have to do with volleyball? No, of course not naming it. Let's name it Alright, we'll go with Crow. Crow sounds good. We got Crow on the team. Woo! Now I just gotta add an image for Crow. Pokemon 2. I only have to do this one time, and then afterwards, it's gonna be good. Well, I have to do it for the whole party, and then afterwards, it'll be good for the rest of the Nuzlocks. Boop! I gotta make him fit. If he fits, he sits. You guys are getting a behind the scenes look. I probably should make this normal again. And we got Pokemon 2 in here. Crow. Put Crow here. Last thing we do, you see how sexy Cyndaquil looks? Look how bright the filters are. The filter fish. So we go to Hoot Hoot and we add the same brightness. Look at that. Boom! Look at him shining there. Crow and Sil. Sil? We named it Sil? Something. Let me just open stuff. Alright, there we go. The team school means Crow. Oh, and Haikyuu. Oh yeah, that's right. I was like, why Haikyuu? But now it makes sense. Bro, my mind is like dumb. My apologies. Alright, we got Hoot Hoot. And we got Crow. So what do we need? We need to train Crow up.
Hello there.
Hey, thanks for the bits. And thank you for the RIP. Appreciate it. Thanks for the 23 bits. A very specific number. I appreciate it. Gatou gozaimasu. Yes. How you doing? We currently have 2 Pokemon. You doing good? Hell yeah. This guy's probably gonna have bug Pokemon, so let's just train against him. Our level cap is what, 15? Oh, it's only 13 in this game. Okay. I guess because there's 2 regions, but good for now. Nice. We'll just train Sil up a little bit here. He needs to get a fire move already. I didn't realize it takes him so long to get Ember. The goal for this stream is to beat at least the first 2 gyms. Or the first few gyms, I don't know. The first gym at least. Maybe I should have used Hoot Hoot to get some levels up. These guys are really low level. You're not getting my phone number. Get away from me. No? What happened? Bellsprout was our other encounter here, which would have been bad. Because we can't use it. I knew it was you! Yeah, alright. Leave. Can I get your phone number? Nope. Why'd you say no? What happened, Nathan? We're gonna get Crow up in some levels. Alright, let's look at our Pokemon abilities and stuff. So we got Rash, Cyndaquil. Rash looks like it ups its what? Ups its special attack, lowers its special defense. Not the best, but all right, it's fine, I guess. And Hoot Hoot is bashful, which looks to be neutral, and has keen eye, which might be the only ability it has. I'm not sure. Damn, nice try. I roll and I got Diana. Oh. Why does the game do this? If I fast forward, the game like glitches. Okay. Should we train now or should we just move on? I think we're gonna move on here. When do we get the mystery egg though? I thought we got the. I'm gonna prep more for them for these Nuzlocks in the future. Wait, what? Primo. A man named Primo appears in the Pokemon Center. He will offer the player the chance to give their opinion on him. If the right combination of phrases is selected, you can get a Mareep egg, a Wooper egg, a Slugma egg. Whoa. A Mareep, a Wooper, or a Slugma. I think it's pretty easy there. I think we're going to go for the Mareep. Do I have to, I have to go back to Oak? Or maybe I don't get it yet, right? Pyro is Genshin Pyro. Oh. I should get Wooper? Actually, yeah, what am I... No, but is Wooper Gen 2? Wooper is Gen 2, right? The thing about Wooper is that... Yeah, Wooper is Gen 2, right? So, that Wooper actually does sound good. Do you guys think we should be allowed to get 2 chances or 1? What is this song? Jesus. 1 egg or two eggs? Since it's a Nuzlocke, we should probably only be allowed 1 egg, right? Quagsire. Wait, Quagsire. I wanted Quagsire in my last Nuzlocke that I did off stream. Yeah, because he's just water ground, right? I should be allowed to get both two eggs? If I'm allowed to get 2, I'll get Mareep and Wooper, obviously, but I don't need Slugma is 3rd gen, no? Or am I crazy? Or I guess because this is a remake, it's technically Gen 4. All right, see you, and said. See you next time. Finish this essay. You got this. Waterfront and IRC unaware. What's IRC? I forgot what that means. Oh no, Slugma was introduced in Gen 2. I didn't realize that. I thought it was introduced in Gen 3 for some reason. Honestly, having all 3 on the team would be... Actually, no, we already have a fire starter, but I love that autocorrect. Waterfront? What's that? I'm so confused. See ya. Thanks for popping in, though. I appreciate it. It's been a while, and it's been nice seeing ya. Or reading ya. Yeah, I think Wooper is the go-to here. I'm going to allow us to only get 1 egg, because, yeah. Poke Center, because this is a hardcore Nuzlocke. But I am going to go for Wooper, because I think we'll have more chances to get Ampharos. Ampharos is great. Actually, I'm kind of curious now. Let's look into it. I did Water Ground. What's Water Ground? Wooper. What did I want to look up? Oh, yeah. Wooper areas. SoulSilver. Let's look over here. If we go to Pokemon Gold and Silver, that's not where we're going. We gotta go to Gen... Oh, this is in the main series. No, the Pokemon games. What is this? Okay, game locations. Perfect. Hatch the egg from Primo. Route 32. Oh, that's the next route. Cliff Cave. I wonder if we could see more specifics on this stuff. I want to see the, Safari Zone. Safari Zone I don't really count. Because Safari Zone seems, hard to catch Pokemon. Quagsire is water ground. Oh, autocorrected to waterfront. Oh, my bad. If I remember correctly. Ah, okay. Yeah, he has water ground. And he has unaware if you remember correctly. Unaware doesn't let the. Wait, what does unaware do? I don't remember again. All right, so you guys could see my face, right? Yeah. If I look here, Route 32. Wooper seems to be. Wait, this is gold and silver. Where's hard gold and? Okay, here it is. Wooper seems to be a 35% chance. That's actually pretty good. Guys, that's actually pretty good. 35% chance. And a Mareep is a 10% chance. So we might go ahead to the next route to see if we could catch it before getting our encounter in the city. Let's look at Cliff Edge Gate. I don't even know where this is. Wooper is a 90% rate here. Surfing. Okay, I feel like it'll be easy to get Wooper later on in the game. I really do like Wooper. I think it'll become a big part of the game. And then in the ruins, it looks like Natu is the big thing. Okay, in the ruins, you don't really get Wooper. Safari Zone, I'm counting. It's just, there's such a variety of Pokemon you could get that I feel like it's not worth looking into. Oh, is that Jimmy's emote? Nice. That's a good idea to move on and see in the next route, right? Yeah. Let's look at Union Cave, though, as well. I think that's coming up. Rattata, Ill, Sandshrew, Zubat. Wooper is 20% chance. So it looks like there's more chances to get. Well, I shouldn't say that yet. Wait. Wooper and Quagsire are 0% chance. Okay. So it looks like we get a 90% chance in Cliff Edge Gate. And it looks like it's after you get Rock Climb, which sounds late game. Sounds like it's late game. Jasmine is Gym 6, so we would get Wooper around Gym 6, Gym 7. That's pretty late game, but I don't know if Wooper is really useful until it evolves. You can do a Pokemon and Surge's Soul Link randomizer? Nice. Nice, Doctor, putting in the jam. So getting Wooper this late in the game sounds a bit annoying. But let's see what our chances of getting Mareep are. I'm assuming Mareep. Okay, I have looked at this website before. I'm assuming Mareep you have a lot more chances. So S is SoulSilver. What the hell? It doesn't tell you if it's S or G. What the hell, boy? That's pretty useful. I don't know how to read this. I like this website. All right, let's go to locations. Route 32, 42, and 43. Route 32 we already saw. Route 42 is later, and it looks like it's uncommon. Why doesn't it tell me the percentage? This is so dumb. And Route 43, it looks like Flaffy is pretty common at night. And Mareep. So it looks like it's not too bad to catch either of them, but Wooper might be more rare in the moment. So do we go long term to get Wooper? Or like wait until the 6th gym so we get him for sure? Or do we get Wooper now and get Mareep later? All right, let's first see if we even get one of them in the next route. Next route encounter. Cockburr? What is that? All right, so we're in Violet City. Whoopie Boy. You're saying Whoopie Boy. Whoopie Boy would be nice. I think it was Route 32. I don't know what route this is. This is Route 32. Okay. Come on. Whooper, Mareep, one of you. No, it's a Bellsprout. Oh. Well, Bellsprout is... Yeah, we can't even catch it. It was introduced Gen 1. I'm not gonna lie. I had to look that up, but... Route 32, Bellsprout. Now we actually have to make a decision on which one we want. Do we want Rooper? Rooper? Do we want Whooper? Or do we want Cyndaquil? Do we want Whooper or do we want Mareep? I will say Mareep will help for the first gym. And the second gym is first gym is flying type. I think Mareep might be the decision here. And then second gym is bug type gym, which we'll have our starter to take care of that. Huh. Yeah, I think because of that we're gonna go with Mareep. Also, Whooper is guaranteed later on in the game, so we're gonna go with Mareep here. That just makes the most sense to me. And this is technically a Violet City encounter. Let's see. I don't know what the questions we have to do is. It was about 3 years ago. Team Rocket came in. Wait, is he the guy? Oh, he's not the guy. Are you the guy? You're not the guy. Where are you, sir? Oh, this is the guy. What kind of trainer do you like best? Anyone know the answer? I don't know the answer. The juggler likes to collect shards. Pokemon School. Yeah, so Primo. Let's see what the answers we have to give him are. Wait, what? All of the phrases required to receive these gifts are dependent on the player's trainer ID number. Oh. Ruin Maniac? Apparently it depends on the trainer ID number. So we're going to do a little bit of cheating here. You gotta go? Alright, see you, Chi. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy the Insurgents. And see you. Bye-bye. It's like asking what type of woman you like. Cockburr? Huh? I don't know about that. Using the easy chat system. Secret phrase generator. I'm so confused how this works. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, this is what I'm looking at, guys. Apparently, I could see which Pokemon eggs. I have to put the trainer ID. Wait, I don't know my trainer ID. Let's go to. Let's actually save this. We gotta save it. We gotta save it. Oh my god, I have so much stuff here. Where do I go? Pokemon projects. This is not Pearl. SoulSilver. Game. File. I started playing this off stream a bit. But now everything's gonna be on stream. Just to test things out, I was doing that. Okay. Let us see what our trainer ID is. Ping. 11170. 11170. Bada bing, bada boom. Calculate. Huh? What the heck does this mean? Talk to Primo. When choosing words, it's best to switch into ABC mode. What? Oh, this is so weird. Wait, so does it even matter how I answer him? I don't think it matters how I answer him. I just have to choose words. What the heck? Insomnia, no guard. Father, sturdy. Is this cheating? I wonder. This is legit, right? I'm gonna say ace trainer. Wait, what? Are you the wrong guy, bro? Get out of my face. Where's Primo? Why are there so many people here? Oh, here it is. Okay. We're gonna say insomnia. Insomnia. What is insomnia? Insomnia is an ability. Pokemon ability. So I'll go under Nope. Okay. Status. Where's insomnia? There we go. So what half the chat has. That's why they're here sometimes. Insomnia. No guard. I guess I have to put now. No guard. Bro, I'm gonna fall asleep with this music. No guard. Wait. It's set to go, Ah! Why am I so lost? Bro, I'm trying to confirm. Bro, this guy's actually driving me crazy. Okay. Press yes. Press confirm. Okay, there we go. They said to go to ABC mode. I don't want to go to ABC mode. All right, we'll go to ABC mode. Oh, we have to go to ABC mode. Okay. We'll go. Huh? I pressed the wrong... I swear to God, I'm going crazy. Insomnia. Oh, we don't have to go here. Okay, insomnia. And then we'll say... no guard. There we go. Okay, confirm. This is my answer. I never thought of it that way. Okay, now we gotta do father and sturdy. This is so random. Why does this work? Father and sturdy. So we'll go under people. There's my father. He reminds me of my father, and he's pretty sturdy. That sounds sussy baka. Where's sturdy? Jesus. I gotta change this music. Sturdy. All right, father. Give me it. Give me my Pokemon. I'll pull some strings for you. He actually gave me an egg. What? We got Mareep. That's crazy, man. That's actually insane. I did not know that's a thing. So we got 3 Pokemon now. Nice. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put some music that you guys could put instead, okay? Because this music is too slow. This music is way too slow. This was requested last time. Jessic's song. I'll just leave it on. Alright. Make sure everyone's healed. I'm not gonna put the egg in the inventory until we actually get it. Here's what we're gonna do. The next area we have to go to Sprout Tower, where there's Rattatas and Ghastlies. Unfortunately, Ghastly is a Gen 1 Pokemon, unless I'm crazy. I'm pretty sure it's Gen 1. So we're gonna have to we're not gonna be able to catch anything here. Unfortunately, in Sprout Tower. No Gen 2 encounters. We will, though, be able to get some items. Everyone we go up against is Bellsprout. Okay. E. Then we have to verse the boss who has 2 level 7s and a Hoot level 10, which is kind of funny. I want to get experience here, but it takes a while to get it. And we need Mareep. So we're just gonna fly through it with our starter and then train our guys later. Before the first gym. Well, we're gonna have a lot of time to train. Yeah, we're gonna go to Sprout Tower now. Let's go. There's gonna be some battles. I want to use our other guy. Oh, we can't get him above level 13. That's gonna be a bit tricky. Does he have any good moves? Does he have any moves? What the heck? Oh, he has Tackle, Growl, and Force Fight. I might train him to level 6 or 7 before versing guys, actually. Just so we have 2 people on the team. Plus, Mareep's gonna evolve eventually. Jesus, that's a high level Pokemon. No, it doesn't let me escape. Are you serious? We might have to go all the way in the beginning to... Oh, God. I don't want to verse this guy. To train. There. Oh! I ran into him! I'm gonna go Growling, actually. Then I'm gonna switch out. So he does less damage, and I could just take him out with Tackles. There we go. No, you're not getting my number, you weirdo. Alright, and the last thing we do, we train. I really thought we would get the egg. Maybe I screwed up. Maybe we have to talk to the professor again. Let's go back. I'm such a screw up. Oh. Maybe we'll see what Jimmy's up to, because he's doing a subathon now. Maybe we'll pop in when I have to do some training, we'll pop in. When I have to do training for the first gym. I'll call if I learn anything about that egg. Oh. I guess he doesn't do anything until later. We do have to train this boy, though. He's way too low. There we go. Oh, we got so little XP. Does Foresight even do anything useful? We get Hypnosis at level 5? That's actually so good. What the heck? Oh, we're gonna get XP fast like that. Especially since we're hitting Hypnosis so often. I want to get to, again, level 6 or 7. Just so we don't over-level our guys. Bro, can you hit Hypnosis? Oh, he has insomnia. He can't fall asleep. I'm stupid. Oh! Oh, we almost died. Alright, let's heal up. Oh yeah, you requested the song last time, Nathan. And now it's playing. Let's go. Let's get Hoot Hoot here. Rattata is actually pretty strong, but he's not right now. So it looks like we could have gotten Insomnia, but instead we got Keen Eye. So we don't lose accuracy instead of not falling asleep. That's not bad. It's actually not bad at all. For teams that use minimize or double attack. I hear how to eat life. Yeah, you requested it last time. That's why. Actually, I'm gonna push level 8 just to be on the safe side. Crow seems pretty weak. And we're gonna go heal up. I think 2 guys and what the hell is going on? I think 2 guys at level 8 should be good. And Mareep might hatch by then. Actually, I do want Mareep to hatch. How many more? Bro, can you hatch? It doesn't seem close to hatching. Nice. Let's run back and forth and then it'll hatch. What egg is it? Hey, you came back? We decided to get Mareep. Because it would help for the first gym. And yeah, that's the main reason. It would help for the first gym, and also we could get Wooper later on, pretty much guaranteed. So these are all Gen 2 Pokemon, right? Hoot is not Gen 1, right? I'm not crazy, right? They said it'll be in 30? Ah, gotcha. Okay. D&D. Mareep is definitely Gen 2. I'm telling you, Gen 1 and Gen 2 Pokemon get so mixed up in my brain. Hoot is Gen 2, right? Right? I'm gonna look it up. I think I already looked it up before and I already forgot. Yeah, I was introduced Gen 2. Okay, good. I'm so stupid. Welcome back, Chi. We're gonna run back and forth to evolve it. Oh, I got a sponsorship offer, by the way, guys. So I will be doing a sponsored stream sometime soon. And if you guys need glasses, I'm gonna look into the company first, see if it's a good company. But if you guys need glasses, yeah, you might be able to get a discount. You graphically artifacted so badly there. I know this. So the other ROMs I was using that I legally got, they had no issues. This one has that issue from time to time, it looks like. Actually, I think the last one also had that issue. Ping Pong. I heard you got to sponsor Ping Pong. Yep. Soon, maybe, possibly. I have to look into the company. I don't want to just sponsor anything. Thank you for the cheers. How you doing, gamer? How's life going? That doesn't sound convincing, PP. What doesn't sound convincing? The sponsorship? Hey, I gotta make sure it's a good company, you know? There's no hidden items here, really? Sponsors equals money, but please look at... Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look into the thing. Oh, the ROMs? Yeah, it's weird that it does that, right? I was actually lurking. Hey, cool. Cool. Jimmy's doing a subathon, I'm sure you know, but you can't chat in his chat, unfortunately. But you know, that's between you guys. Make sure yeah, I'm definitely gonna make sure. When does the stupid egg evolve? I'm definitely gonna make sure. That's a big thing for me. Like, if the ROMs, if the sponsor is something, especially like sponsors where you have to play a game and like the audience has to like download the game and like play a bit with you, like I don't mind that at all. Or maybe I do a little bit if it's like a crazy game, but like generally that's fine. But when it's like stuff that like you guys have to buy products to support me, I'm gonna look more into that product. I know a streamer who took a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, I did that. But no one had to get to level 15 for me to get money. You just had to download that. That was my first sponsorship. Honestly, not a bad game. Only thing is they have way too many ads. It's actually kind of fun. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Mareep's evolving. Or Mareep's hatching. It's not evolving. You get it. What are we naming it? What do you guys want to name it? That sucks, though. That sounds like a bad deal. Cake Cup? Like cupcake, but cake cup? I want Mareep to have a really cool name, because it's a Mareep, man. Mareeps are cool. Mareeps are cool. You know? What is a cool name? Let's name it. Didn't we name it Fluffy in a different Nuzlocke like a long time ago? Zip Zop Zap. Yeah, that sounds kind of cool, actually. We're gonna go with Zip Zop. Zip Zop with that flip flop. I like this song. All right, see ya, gamer. Thanks for popping in and thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope we have a good stream. Bye bye. Oh, I should press bye bye. Bye bye. Zip zip. I was about to say. What is it? Zip zop. Zip zop. Zip zop with that thong. What? That doesn't rhyme. Zip zop with that flip flop. Alright, we're gonna call you Zip Zop. Yo, let's go. We got Zip Zop on the team. Now we gotta add another Pokemon to the bottom of the screen. Bars. Bro, I got bars today. We're gonna go Pokemon 3. Zip Zop. What is his name? Mareep? Every time a Pokemon evolves, I have to remember to, like, put it down there also. Zip Zop. Our team is actually looking not that bad. I mean, Hoot Hoot kind of sucks. I don't know. I don't think Noctowl is that good. Ampharos is pretty good. And our starter is our starter. So, not too shabby. Not gonna lie, not too shabby. Midori no Hai. Oh, that was mad smart. Midori no sign. Green sign. Midori no Hai. Like saying hi to Midori, which is a name. Oh, those are bars, bro. That was mad nice, actually. Alright, let's get Mareep here. I'm actually pretty happy with our team so far. I didn't think we would get so many guys before the first gym. Alright. No, but I was using correct term. Thongs, not like flip-flops, you wacko Americans. Oh. Oh, do you call bottoms? You guys call flip-flops thongs? Bruh, no wonder everything's upside down there. That's crazy, bro. Why would you call it a thong? Zipzop starts at level 1? Bruh. We gotta train it, though. We definitely gotta train her. It's gonna help for the first gym. Let's heal up. Other way around? You call thongs flip-flops? Wait, you call flip-flops well, it's other way around for you, but it's that way around for me. That way around. Imagine I attack by accident with a level 1. It's actually not that bad till level 3. Zip-zop on the clock. Hey, already level 2. Let's go. I'm just gonna keep healing. I don't want to take any risks here. Your Americans call thongs flip-flops. What? No? Do you know what that's not what a thong is. A thong is a 18 plus thing. Which everyone in this chat is 18 plus, right? A thong is like underwear. Don't call thongs flip. Wow, I'm so confused now. Oh, from your perspective, we call it flip-flops because you guys call it thongs. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I guess. It's going to use tackle because it sees a possible kill. Oh, it used growl. Can you stop using growl? I forgot we got hypnosis. God, no. God, no. I'm gonna go hypnosis. Oh, he has insomnia. Okay, that's annoying. At least he's not growling a billion times. Level 2. Do we dare take it on? Nope. Hypnosis misses. Wait, did it miss? Oh, it has some insomnia. Why does it say it misses if it has insomnia? That's so dumb. Come on, Mareep. Zip Zop on the clock. Jesus, that's all I could think of. Zip Zop is actually such a good name. It's so good for bars. We just crit killed right there. Hey, let's go. About to be level 3. Once it's at like level 4, I'll start attacking, I think. Especially if it gets like an electric move. That would be nice. Although I doubt it will anytime soon. Can you stop tackling? Thank you. Can you not? Thank you. So we're gonna go heal up. I'm not taking risks here. We're playing this smart, okay? This is what we're gonna do. We're basically gonna make it so we blitz through the first gym. With Zip Zop. Hopefully. Jesus, look how much we took 10 damage there. Rattata is actually kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. And it used Tail Whip. We're just gonna run away. I've lost way too many Pokemon for not running during stuff like that. Come on. You know what? I'm gonna use Tackle. How did I miss? Ugh. Alright, we're outie, Zip Zop. You can't do anything. You suck, Zip Zop. We have... I just realized we have Static, though, which is pretty good. We have Hardy Nature, which is neutral. And we get Static, yeah. I wonder what other abilities Mareep has. Static makes sense. Spam Tackle here. Yo, let's go level 4. I think we're gonna run away from Rattatatas. Actually, training at nighttime is pretty good. I wonder what Eevee's Hoot Hoot gives, though. Hoot Hoot Eevee's. Hoot Hoot gives... What does it give? It gives E? E! It's a good song, right? E. Eevee. Good one. Oh, it gives HP. Actually not bad for a Nuzlocke. The worst thing a Pokemon can give is like special attack or attack. EVs are the worst if that Pokemon doesn't need that EV at all. You know? Otherwise, HP is pretty helpful. Defense or special defense, unless your guy has a lot of defense or special defense as it is. But yeah. Gives HP EVs. Wait, does that mean that Hoot Hoot is kind of bulky? I'm gonna look at Hoot Hoot's stats right now. Hoot Hoot Pokemon DB. The worst thing Pokemon can give is head. No, I could bite your pee-pee off. That's probably worse. Okay, Hoot Hoot evolves at level 20 into Noctowl, obviously. Noctowl's stats actually suck. Well, it only has one evolution, but like, its HP is decent. Special defense is its defense sucks, and special attack is decent. It's kind of speedy. Kind of a trash Pokemon, but I'm sure it'll come in handy when we need to get rid of a Pokemon. Imagine it sticks with us until the end. That'd be kind of funny. Since I'm calling it trash. Na 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 na. I have so many tabs open, Jesus. Look me in the eye. That's what the... Oh, look me in the eye. Damn it! Like an angel. Oh, let me just... I'm just gonna open some stuff. Okay. Zip Zop. Zip Zop, you're not ready to fight. You should check Discord. Health? I mean health. Oh. You meant health. It's the worst thing the Pokemon can give health? Why do you say that? Thong. Those are flip-flops. You're telling me this is a thong? Those are flip-flops, okay? I'm wearing... Okay, what would you call this? This is technically slippers, okay? Would you call these slippers? Do they even have this in Australia? Like, oh my god. Like, I would just call it a... Whatever I said before, I already forgot. Alright, let's go for Tackle. Tackle. Yes? Wait, you would call that a slipper, but you call flip-flops thongs. I don't know. Something doesn't add up there. It doesn't really make sense, you know? So is the reason... So Crow's defense actually sucks, but Crow is tanking attacks pretty decently. So maybe Mareep will be fine. Oh yeah, slides. Yeah, we say slides too. Slippers are soft and comfortable. I mean, Adidas slippers are kind of but yeah, maybe. Used growl. I want to see if I could take it out with just hip hop. Zip zap. Okay, tackle doesn't do that much. It's gonna do like 10 damage total. Ooh, we got a lot of XP. You know what, Zip zap? You might be able to hold your own. I gotta remember the level cap is 13 though. That's not that high. Level 2, we're definitely gonna attack here. Boom, baby! Level 6! Rattata, we run away. Good HP can help. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Special defense too. Yeah. Defense and special defense are useful. Unless you go up against Pokemon that don't really... Like, it depends on the Pokemon a bit more. But HP is useful for any Pokemon, really, in a Nuzlocke, I feel, you know? Okay, we could attack this Rattata. It's level 2. Once we get to level 8 or 7... Okay, this guy's a bit high level. Then we might just change stuff up. Ayy! Yeah, I think now we're ready to go to Sprout Tower. Oh! That crit! Oh, that's not good. Okay, we don't need to train anymore here. Hello. We're just gonna have our starter for Sprout Tower, and we should be good. I don't belong here. I will say that technically we could catch a Pokemon here on Route 46. Wait, Route 46, I think that's where we could catch what's it called? Wooper. Route 46 Pokemon. SoulSilver. No. I love the song. This is from Baruto. Oh, I need to watch Baruto again. Okay. On route, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Oh, let me just do this. On Route 46, Gen 4, it looks like we're playing SoulSilver. And we're not... Why is it so hard to read? Okay, this is nighttime. SoulSilver. Oh, we can't catch anything. They're both Gen 1 Pokemon. Can we get some Awes in chat for that? Yes, Baku. Opening 8. Oh, you know exactly what this is such a good opening, right? So, we can't get anything in this area. So we're just gonna skip it. There's no point to go here. I think it's a dead end for now, so. Unless I'm thinking wrong, but you know. Which could be possible. Alright. Let's head to the Sprout Tower. Sprout Tower should be easy. They basically have just Bell Sprouts. It's so dumb. The last guy has a level 7 Hoot and then a level 7 Bellsprout though, so that might be a bit hard. But we should be fine. There are no crazy items, and the boss there is like a little gym leader. And he has 3 Pokemon, so that might get a bit tricky. He also has level 7 Bellsprouts with Vine Whip. But that should be fine. I mean, we got Cyndaquil and Mareep. Very reminiscent of Bluebird. Maybe that's why I like it so much. Maybe because it sounds like Bluebird. I love this opening. Because they were made... Oh, they were? Wait, which band made this song? I might remember if someone tells me. Alright, let's go to the next route. I don't want to get into trainer battles that we don't need to get into. Just level 13 seems pretty low, you know? So we're not gonna verse anything we don't need to. Ah! Wrong way. Okay. I don't think we versed this guy. These guys are slightly higher level. I also don't want to use any potions, really. I want to use the least amount of items we can. Na, 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 na. I'm so dumb. I could check who are they made by. Oh, no, I can't. I thought it would tell me if I looked at the current song, but it didn't. Okay. We don't need to heal. Okay, good. Na 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 na. Yeah, we have to verse this guy, so let's just verse him. We need to get Ember. Oh, this is a one-hit KO anyway. Never mind. That guy just had very bad defenses and health. Level 10. Ember, yes. Wow, we went up way too many levels there, though. That's a bit scary. We have to be very careful not to over-level. Maybe we use Zip Zap here. We can't catch you, Ghastly. Okay, we got a Paralyze Heal. Paralyze Heal is actually pretty cool. I mean, it's all level 3 Bellsprouts. And Grass does bad on Zip Zap, so that's good. Jesus, that gives so much experience. Stop attacking, you're paralyzed. Do I want to take the risk here? I think he could do 10 damage with a crit. Oh, he just did 7 damage with a crit. Wait, can Tackle miss? If Tackle can miss, this is really bad. I should change. You know what? I believe in him. All right, we got a crit. Whew, that was a bit scary. I think I'm going to go back and heal. I don't want to waste potions. It's good to know that I could use the other Pokemon here. We could probably get them to like level 10, which is good. We're going to push everyone to the level cap before challenging first gym, though. Or I might just run calculations and take it out if it's easy enough. It's just, the first gym has, I think it just has a Pidgey and a Pidgeotto. We should be fine. The second gym has a Scyther. Now that becomes a bit scarier. Okay. Ooh, what's this? There's not many encounters here. I think I could have skipped this guy. Whatever. We go let me Hypnosis. We need to get Peck. Oh, this is a 2-hit KO, actually. I'm just going to Tackle. Oh, he doesn't gain much XP. That's actually good. That's good. We need more guys that don't gain XP. Now, the problem with these guys is they have higher level Pokemon, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so here, I'm going to want to Hypnosis. Can you hit your... You know what? I don't care. Oh, can you stop missing Hypnosis? I missed it. I missed it like 6 times. Did you see that? Oh my god. And I kept using it like an idiot. Oh. Yes, finally he learns Peck. Okay, that was good timing. We needed Peck. I'll probably take out Foresight. I don't think... What do you guys think? I feel like Foresight could actually be useful against like the 4th gym or whatever. Especially if they have moves that can't hit normal types. It might be worth keeping Foresight on him and using him later on, like as fodder or something. So because of that, I'm tempted to take out Tackle. Wait, what am I saying? Foresight would basically let me hit with normal type moves. I'm not gonna hit a ghost type with Tackle. I don't know if I need Foresight. I will say Peck has 35 power and 100 accuracy. Tackle has 35 and 95 accuracy. Tackle is not super effective to anything. Normal and Peck get stab damage, so we're just gonna take out Tackle. There's no reason to have Tackle. There's more reasons to have Peck. Okay, before versing the next guy, you know what? I said I wasn't going to use potions, but I'm too lazy to go all the way back. And we have 8 goddamn potions, so we're just going to use one here. I think they all have Bellsprout. Oh, one of them has Bellsprout, one has a Hoot Hoot and a Bellsprout. Okay. Okay. Peck should one-hit KO. Okay, good. And this next guy should have a Hoot Hoot and a Bellsprout. Level 7, which is kind of high. I wish Zip Zap had another attack. What level does Mareep learn moves? Let's see. What level does Mareep learn anything? Mareep. It looks like in Gen 4. This is Gen 4. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it learns Thunder Shock at level 10. Oh, that's actually good. We could sweep the gym possibly with that. His special attack is pretty high too, at 65 before evolving. So I just gotta be smart and not be stupid, and we should be okay. I'm just gonna use Hoot Hoot for both battles because we do have Hypnosis. Oh, I did not mean to use Hypnosis on the bells. I thought the Hoot Hoot comes out first for some reason. Okay, good. And then for him, we'll use Hypnosis. We use Okay, we keep missing with Hypnosis. I'm actually kind of annoyed. Let's go. Oh, that was much easier than I thought. Now for the next and hardest battle of the series. So this should be pretty easy, but this is like the first boss battle. He has a Bellsprout with Vine Whip and a Bellsprout with Vine Whip and a Hoot Hoot with Hypnosis. So what we could do is we could go in with Crow, peck both Bellsprouts, and then with Hoot Hoot try to Hypnosis. If it doesn't work, we could switch out to like Sill or something. I'm gonna use one more potion. I don't want to run back all the way back, and we'll just do that. I think our guys are high enough level. You should care more about your Pokemon, bro. The second Gen 2 is like an extension of Gen 1 so much so. Like so much so that the rival is just a mean guy, just like in the first one. Like an asshole. Well, I guess he's worse. He literally stole a Pokemon. Before versing this guy, I'm going to pick up the escape rope. Might use that. And we'll verse him. This is a sad song from a Japanese movie that I saw in Japan in 4D, which means rain went on us. It's kind of cool. All right, we're gonna go peck here. Okay, growth doesn't affect us. Silver is Giovanni's son. Wait, is he really? Is that actually true? This is the game I know least about. Like, I feel like I've never beaten this game. He changed straight into Hoot Hoot. All right, we're gonna go for Hypnosis here, and we miss. He goes for Peck. That did some damage. Oh, he has Insomnia. Shit, I didn't know that. All right, we're gonna spam Growl here then. And his Hypnosis hits though, right? Of course. I think 8 damage is the most it could do. If it crits. So we're gonna keep going until we have like 9 health or something. Wake! Oh! You idiot! Crow, you suck. You didn't even wake up. This is not looking good. It felt familiar, the song. Silver is Giovanni's son? Nice. Can you stop using Peck like a loser? Jesus Christ. I'm tempted to use Smokescreen and Leer and stuff, but let's see how much Ember does on its own. Okay, Ember does... he's using Growl. Ember does decent damage, though. I do feel like I kind of have to spam it, though. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, because... No, are you kidding? He hits Hypnosis twice without, like, so easily? Are you kidding me? And I missed, like, 3 in a row? If we lose here, I'm gonna cry. He does so much damage. Okay, he woke up. Let's go, Sil. Let's go. You couldn't crit, but it's okay. Oh my god. Anyway. Yeah, this is from Weathering with You. Well, this is from... Yeah, Weathering with You. Alright. Ember should be a one-hit KO. Alright, good. Jesus, bruh. E indeed. E indeed. Got that bead. Oh, look at that XP. Let's go. Yeah, give me flash. Okay, no. Get out of here. Jesus, why you had to fall asleep, Crow? You almost made us lose. I don't know if Zip Zop could have done anything there. I'm not gonna lie. This is good, though, because all we have to do next is verse the first gym. And we have a pretty good team on our side to do that. So much so that we could even go back and I don't know why I say so much. So much so that we can go back to the previous area and verse gym members. Pokemon trainers who haven't versed yet. Yo, what's up, Mac? How you doing? It is indeed Pipikun. Pipikun, how you doing, bro? We're gonna train all these guys to the level cap now, cause I think you could skip all the trainers here. Yeah, you could literally just go around. So we're gonna train everyone. Pipi-sama? I don't know about Sama, but you know, I'll take it. 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 Okay. Violet Gym. I don't want to verse the trainers here because it doesn't make sense. Why would I waste time versing the trainers? He has a level 9 Pidgey that knows Tackle and Sand Attack, and a Pidgeotto that knows Tackle, Roost, and Gust. Roost and Gust can be annoying, but, you know, if we train our Gust to level 13, we should be able to take it out. Name the next Pokemon Quandale. If I remember, maybe. We're gonna get an egg after the first gym, I think, so I'll name it then. Level 4. It does 4 damage, which means it could do 8. Ooh, Tail Whip. Okay, we should be fine. Are you... Why'd you miss Tackle? Why is everyone missing Tackle, bro? Doesn't Tackle have like 90%? What is it? It has 95% accuracy, and we've been missing it like so much. Okay, we could actually die here. I'm gonna switch out. Rattata is such an annoying Pokemon to deal with. No. Hoot Hoot is less annoying, but yeah, we're gonna run away. Rattata gives speed EVs, and we get HP EVs with Hoot Hoot, so it's not the worst. You're doing Pokemon Insurgence Rain Gym? Nice. Is that the first gym? I don't remember which one is first. I think you told me once. Why Quandale though, Mac? And how you doing, bro? How's life? How's everything? Okay, Tackle doesn't do much. Ooh, Gust will make static happen on Pidgeotto too. Okay, Rattata is a bit scary. Crow's gonna go up a level here. Yo, Quick Attack is so strong. You have to get shots on Friday? Damn. That sucks. If you don't like shots, that sucks. If you're okay with shots, that doesn't suck as much. Is the you're on the 7th gym? Jesus, good luck. That's pretty far. I'm gonna go with Cyndaquil here. I think Cyndaquil, yeah, one-hit KO. That's good. Speed IVs are not bad, but having too much speed EVs, I mean, might make a team that's too frail. I'm not EV training, so it doesn't matter that much, but Hoot Hoot is not bad. Also, we'll be able to take one-hit KO at next level. Let's go, because we got Thundershock, baby. What's my favorite One Piece villain? Ooh, that's a good question. My favorite One Piece villain. My favorite Thundershock shouldn't do that. Ooh, it's still one hit KO'd. From the ones that they've showed so far, I don't know if you consider some of them villains. Like villains to Luffy. Technically, Whitebeard is a villain. I love Whitebeard. I'm gonna say Whitebeard. By the way, I've been using Zoro.tv. My brother told me about it, and I was like, yeah, Mac told me about it on stream. So I've been using it. I actually caught up with One Piece anime. It's so good right now. This game has a massive post game. So does it mean that you're not done with the game after you beat the Elite Four? Is that how you see it for yourself, or? I'm talking like antagonists. I'm not sure. Give me a list and I'll be able to tell you. Otherwise, it's kind of hard, to be honest. Favorite antagonist? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. That's a poopy answer, but that's a hard one. Or like, give me a few people. Wow, Vine Whip did some damage there. It's a bit scary. You're fighting a Quagsire, regular. I just realized I have no moves that can harm it. Oh no. Yeah, Grass is the only super effective one. You probably have what, flying moves? Since flying doesn't affect ground. Or ground doesn't affect flying. Wait, what am I saying? No, flying affects ground. Ground doesn't affect flying. Doflamingo, Crocodile, Big Mom, Kaido, Arlong. Oh, I like this song. Huh. Amongst those, I don't know. That One Piece has pretty cool characters. I'm not gonna lie, Chi. I'm sorry. I already forgot what IIRC means. Kaido is pretty badass right now, but I'll have to see. I'll have to wait till the end of this arc. Big Mom is too. I liked Doflamingo. I'm not gonna lie. He was like a really bad guy, you know. One Piece game on Roblox went free and it's mad fun. Nice. Champion is only like 3/5 to 2/3 through the game. Jesus. I bought it beforehand. Hello? Oh, nice. Yo, what's up, Ginelle? How you doing, bro? How's the subathon going? We might raid into Jimmy later when we're done streaming. It doesn't even matter to fall to lose it all. In the end. Janelle Gigabyte is here. Is indeed here. I don't know why. Oh, song requests are on, by the way, guys. You guys could request music. Been a little busy with stuff at home in the stream. Fair enough, fair enough. You're gonna do a modcast, right? Stuff at home. Fair. I don't know what else to say to that. Not that you knew. Oh, I'm level 13. Okay, this is the level cap. I could train a little bit more just to get Zip Zop to level 14 in the middle of the gym battle. But I have to pay attention to how much XP he gets, so I'm going to try to pay attention a bit. BK Doctor and I have been busy preparing for it. Oh, nice. I didn't even know he was like legit doing one. Until I saw it, I was like, sheesh. And I jumped in earlier. I learned how to draw Chopper. Nice. Send a picture on the Discord on the gallery. Yeah. Oh, God. The best song. I'm going to get XP till around half. Or a little more, because I'm feeling cocky and confident. I really don't want to overlevel, though. Okay, one more Pokemon. Okay, there we go. We're not going to train him anymore. We'll just train the rest to level 13 just in case, too. You want to do wrong song, not song remove. I should probably add remove song as an option, too. If I learn how to stream on VR, I would make a podcast. Cool. Podcasts are always cool. Hard to get people to listen if you don't have a big audience, but it is cool. We're gonna build BK a home in Minecraft and maybe a bridge. Nice. Yeah, you want to do wrong song. Thank you, Ginelle. Peck is beautiful against Bellsprout here. One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Let's go. Oh god. Nice. You got the link. I'm sure Nathan is proud. Ooh, Spy Family ending song. Nice, nice. Good option. Oh, jeez, that did so much damage. The hell? Nice. I will say it's been a long time since we heard this, so. Hey, twice. Sorry. I'm concerned for my safety. I am as well. I mean, what? Yonko ki. Bro, I should know the words to this already. Kinobunmi. Twice is so good. Honestly, ever since you guys started requesting it, it's not bad. I thought I was banned, but somehow we're listening to it right now, Nathan. The 10-hour version is banned. I don't know. It's making me feel a sense of nostalgia. Lol. Also, Ping, want to join the Minecraft server? I'm 100% down. I'm probably not going to be playing it that much, to be completely honest. I would love to. I would also love to stream it and like make it a thing on stream also. I just don't want to overdo things right now. So if you guys are okay with me being pretty inactive, then you could add me. Otherwise, yeah, maybe it's not time. It's on Bedrock, but you can play whenever. I always forget which one is Bedrock or the other one more like normal. Oh, Bedrock is where you could do more stuff, right? Java, you can't do as much. You put Ayaya, nice. The song sounds mad nice actually. Java is better and the original. Java is PC only. I see. I guess I have Java then. Java's better. You guys should do Java. Even if it's PC only. Who cares? I guess some people can't do PC, yeah. I'm gonna save the game. I've learned to save from time to time so I don't lose anything. Me, I care. So I'm guessing you can't do Java, yeah? Ooh. You know what? I didn't verse this guy. He probably... Oh, he doesn't have Pokemon. Never mind. I thought it was a double battle. Ah, interesting. So if you have Linux and Mac, you're doing your son an injustice. This is not my server, Mac. Or Janelle's server. I don't think it's his. We don't make the decisions. Plus, sometimes people want like age restrictions and only people they know well enough for stuff, you know? Oh, it is your server? Oh, my apologies then. I have misspoken. I apologize. Oh, Janelle. Please take my apology. Yo, the song actually slaps. What the hell? It's so chill. When does the modcast start, by the way? I want to pop in for at least a bit of that. Ooh, we learn Uproar? Uproar is not bad. I mean, it's kind of bad, but... Huh. Okay, I'm going to take out Foresight for sure now. I already got rid of my foreskin. We're going to get it to like mid-13. That's why I'm inviting you. Jimmy didn't want you to join. Joking. I want to learn Japanese. You know any good classes? Look into italki. Thanks for the invite. Yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down for the Minecraft server. I'm just going to be very inactive. Or I'm going to be active and neglect other responsibilities. Oh! Look into italki. Look into Facebook groups to find other people that are trying to learn English, that are Japanese speaking. But italki you have to pay for lessons. That's what I used to use when I was living in Japan to get comfortable speaking. You could also just teach yourself, but then you have to get like Genshin. Genki is a good book to start off with. Genki. To learn grammar and stuff like that. And yeah, that's what I would say. I could get a hacked version of Duolingo. Yeah, Duolingo is okay. There's other applications. There's I used to use so many for Japanese. There's Wanikani, Wanikani. I think you have to pay a little. You have to pay some money. You could do a free trial though to see how it is first. That's really good at memorizing, at getting you to memorize like words and stuff like that. I previously had a modded server, and I'm currently waiting for the mod pack to be approved so I can upload it to Chris Forge. Oh shit, that's cool. You play during stream? I'll be playing free playing, and I'm sure the same with Doctor. Plus, there's others like Liam and some friends of mine. On and or off stream. I just right now I'm thinking of doing daily YouTube Pokemon videos. So I think I'm going to be stretched on time, but I will 100% 99% in the future I will do that, cuz I do like playing Minecraft when it's with other people. This app called Lingo Deer was helping me. That sounds familiar. I might have used Lingo Deer before. Yeah, these songs are catchy. All right, we're going to get Crow a little bit higher leveled. Hopefully it's not a bad thing. I mean, we have 3 Pokemon before the first gym. That's pretty good. Yeah, and now we're just going to train our starter to the level cap, and then we'll verse the first gym. Fair enough. DM me whenever you have it, and I'll send the invite. Sure. It might be a couple of months from now, but I'll definitely keep it in mind. Oh yeah, let's use Ember here. This app called The Schooling Teacher is helping me. I've never heard of that. What is that about? Dinelle, you should get back into Japanese too. Yeah. Yeah. I should. You should. Bro, I'm going to be streaming in Japan by the end of within a year. So, you know, you got to understand what people are saying, you know? Hopefully I get a Japanese person to translate and make videos for me too, so I could have daily vlogs or something. They exist at your school and teach you and... Oh, that's sick. Oh, you're saying it's a... I'm such an idiot. You're saying you have a school, like a teacher at school. I'm legit thinking like there's an app called A School Teacher. I was like, oh, that sounds... I've never heard of that one. I was like, oh... You got me with that. Even if you... Well, I'm dumb sometimes, okay? I just take your guys' word for things. I want to JB my phone, but my mom... Jailbreak? Yeah. Jailbreaking gives you some pluses, but... Does it give any minuses, actually? For the phone? I remember jailbreaking an Android phone... I think it was an Android phone years ago. I know what I'm doing, though. Okay, I believe you. I'm not your mom, bro. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. How'd the 7th gym go, by the way, Chi? No warranty, but if it's already run out. True. Are there any bad things about jailbreaking a phone? I know that if you jailbreak a console, you might not be able to play online anymore. So that sucks. But aside from that, I don't know. I know all the useful hacks and all. Nice. Guys, would it be cool if I did a shiny only run? Or not really? Ooh, we get quick attack. Nice. What the hell is this? Quick attack is better than tackle. Yo, this is so catchy. What the hell? Yo, this sounds mad nice. Fighting the trainer still? Gotcha. Nothing wrong with jailbreaking a phone other than maybe viruses? Oh, that's pretty bad. Why don't you play them? What the hell? This is so catchy. What the hell? It has like that old style like beats and melody. It gains way too much XP. We're gonna kill like one more wild Pokemon, and then head to the first gym. There we go. Yo, can whoever requested this, can you send this to me on Discord, or like put it in the music chat on the group Discord? Yo, this sounds man fire. How did I win? Scott the Waz. Oh, Chi requested it. Nice. Well, obviously. That background is so like 70s, 80s. All right. Yo, this sounds so fire. What the hell? Oh, it just sounds so like. Oh, my controller almost fell. Nice. Right as I'm about to play on guitar, yeah, pops up. I actually do love the sax. I used to play alto sax in elementary. That was pretty bad. Hey. Oh, that was the slow version. I like that. Nice. Looks like we returned back to my music. Okay. Here's the stuff that you guys. This shows how serious I'm becoming about Nuzlocking. Okay. We're gonna prep so hard for this first gym, even if it's just the first gym, okay? We're gonna prep so hard. Pidgey level 9, Keen Eye, okay? We're gonna go Pidgey. Okay, Pidgey, level 9. We're gonna say ability, Keen Eye, bars. Then we're gonna say Tackle and Sand Attack. Tackle, Sand Attack. And the last thing we do here, okay? You know what I should do, actually? I should take this screen, and I should make it smaller. I feel like that would be smarter. So if I took this, and I just fit this into this, wouldn't that be better? Like that. But then, can you guys even read that? Is that even legible? I don't know. I don't think that's legible. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna put it back to normal. Put it back to normal here. Okay. Yo, you and the twice, bro. You and the twice. I can't really read it. Yeah, I'll put it back to normal. Even this is kind of hard to read. All right. We're gonna go Keen Eye. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna say SoulSilver. Okay. Gym 1. First Pokemon. Gym. Oh, actually, I should say first gym. So that if I ever play this game again on stream or whatever, I could just, it's like, it's already in there, you know? I'm like 10,000 IQing this right now, okay? So that's the first Pokemon. We're gonna export it. We're gonna export it. And we're gonna import it, okay? Now, the next step, this is very important. We gotta put our Mareep, all right? Our suck. Because he sucks. We're gonna put our level 13 Mareep. We're gonna make sure that we're not losing here, okay? I don't want to lose right away. We've lost so many times before. This Mareep has a hardy nature, so the nature doesn't matter. It has static, which will matter, but, you know, that's fine. And it has Thundershock. So Thundershock is going to be the move we're going to be spamming, probably. So as you can see, it pretty much one-hit KOs. The Pidgey is... Oh, the Pidgey is not faster than us. The Pidgey, it might be a speed tie. So the Pidgey may or may not be faster than us. If the Pidgey is faster and hits us with Sand Attack, that's pretty bad. Because our accuracy decreases, which is not good. We might have to switch out to someone else for Pidgeotto. Alright, if it hits us with Tackle... it'll do like 50... Whoa, that's actually a lot of damage. Like 12% damage, possibly. So we gotta hope that we're faster for that. Yo, Diego! What's up, man? It has higher base. Yeah, but this is assuming, like, perfect Ivies for both Pokemon. Monkey do bad! How you doing, bro? How's life, Diego? It has... Yeah. Oh, well, this Pidgeotto has to be level 13. We do a lot of Pokemon on this channel now, Diego. Who's Ginel? It's Dinel. Dinel is better than Ginel, right? I agree. Pidgeotto, Tackle, Roost, Gust. Tackle, Roost, Gust. We're gonna go Tackle, Roost, and Gust. How's your sleep schedule, by the way? Have you fixed that a bit? And we're gonna put this, we're gonna say Ace, and we're gonna export and then import. So here, Mareep, it's gonna take a 2-hit KO, which is a bit scary. Tackle does so much damage, Jesus. And he's gonna be faster. So we might have to use 2 Pokemon for this battle. Yeah. What's his name? Hoot Hoot. I changed it for personal reasons. It's been great. Hell yeah. I'm happy to hear that. For those that don't know, Diego is an OG who's awesome, but hasn't come in that much often, which recently, which is fine, of course, you know. Oh yeah, and he's a mod. I forgot about that. All right, so we got Hoot Hoot. Oh, this is so dangerous. How much could Peck do? We need to hit Hypnosis, but like, Hypnosis is so annoying. Also, does Keen Eye prevent? We can't. Well, we don't have Sand Attack and stuff, so that's fine. He can ban noobs. I can't believe you puked on me, Diego. True. I missed this so much. Yeah, bro. Welcome back. I just came back to streaming a couple of days ago too, so it's good timing. Hoot Hoot. I wish we could hit a Hypnosis on Pidgeotto, but otherwise, it's a bit annoying. All right, and our third Pokemon is Cyndaquil, right? Cyndaquil with Ember. Ember might do some good damage, actually. We could tank 2-3 hits. If there are no crits, we could tank... Yeah, we could tank like 2 hits. We could hit... Oh, this is scary. This might be a hard battle, guys. This might be a hard battle. We might push Mareep to level 14. We might have to do that. The good thing is we will have Static. So we'll probably get Pidgeotto. Oh no, Pidgeotto will be incentivized to use Tackle over Gust. But the thing with level 14 is that Thundershock is... Oh, it still doesn't do necessarily enough. All right, we're just gonna have to do it. We're just gonna have to do it and hope for the best right here. We might have to reset here, guys. If we get really bad luck. I think our best odds here are to go in with Zip Zop and hope that we don't get Sand Attacked and that we could hit hard on his Pidgeotto. And then we might have to improvise a bit. G-Bell is Dinel, but stronger. Wait, who's Ginel then? I was joking. Alright. Let's verse him. Oh, this is gonna be scary. Maybe we should make sure that he levels up. Actually, I think he will level up. Whew. We might lose here, guys. We might lose a lot here. Even though we got an electric type Pokemon. Mareep is just too weak right now. Oh, good luck. Thank you. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this. The next song is good for these vibes. Okay, the first lucky thing we need is for us to be faster than Pidgey. And, like, maybe Pidgey's nature will make it faster. Base stats, we should be tied. So it should be a speed tie, which I think in this gen means it's a 50-50. I don't remember how it works. So we gotta hope to be faster, and if we're not faster, we gotta hope for no Sand Attack. Yo, we're faster. Okay, that's really good. That's really, really good. I forgot we probably got. Oh no, yeah, we had 17 speed, so that was really good. And we get enough XP to level up. Nice. Leveling up means we get more attack power against the next Pokemon. And we get Thunder Wave. Which we don't need because its ability is static. So, actually, I could do a Thunder Wave for speed. But Tackle is physical and Gust is physical. Static occurs, what, 30% of the time, I think? I'm going to take the risk and just Thunder Shock, since we could 2-hit KO with the Thunder Shock. This is a bit of a risk, since Tackle could do 20-something damage. Hey, he got static. Let's go. Okay, we're getting very lucky with this fight. Unless I'm dumb and it's 100%, but I think it's like 30% to paralyze. Ooh! And we did more than 50% damage? Oh no, this is a clear win. This is a clear win. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That was easy. That's why you do the homework, you know? Whew. First gym. Down. That was very good. Boom. Level cap is up to 17 now. Choice specs or magnet? Choice specs, what? Puts you into one move, right? But does 1.5 times attack? Magnet is for electric type attacks, 1.5? Something like that, right? If you need variety, I would go with magnet, maybe? If you need different moves. If not, then choice specs. I don't remember well enough stuff. Oh yeah, let me write down that we just beat the first gym. That was really easy. Easier than anticipated. Bro, the fight against the Elder was harder. What the hell? Yeah, no, magnet is 1.1 for electric. Oh, okay. I would say if you know your own, if it's most probable that you're only going to use one move, I would go with choice specs, especially if that 0.4 times makes a big enough difference. I would use Pokemon Showdown to see if it makes a big enough difference. Like, if it makes it so that a 3-hit KO becomes a 2-hit KO, then choice specs is worth it, you know? Or 2 becomes a 1-hit. If it's more complicated, then I'm not sure. We got Roost. Roost is actually pretty good. That heals your... Oh, I don't need to verse them now. I'm dumb. That heals your Pokemon. Okay. I think now we get the mystery egg. Yeah, now we get the mystery egg. So, let's go get the mystery egg. Yo, welcome back. It's a rain gym. Oh, yeah. Yeah, then I'll probably... I mean, but are you going to Thunderbolt spam? If you Thunderbolt spam, just use choice spec. That's what I would say. It's worth it more than magnet. How you doing, bro? The only thing is if the enemy Pokemon have disable or something. But if it's a rain gym, like, it's probably not psychic type Pokemon, right? Let's get a new Pokemon. Wait, I don't remember where to get this Pokemon. Where do we get it? Also, I never went to Route 36. Can we go here? Oh, that's a Sudowoodo. I'm gonna Thunderbolt spam? Yeah, go choice specs. Hector's first Pokemon is Heliolisk. Okay, we don't get access to any new Pokemon here. Let's go get our new egg. I like this song. Gonna go ping pong with that big schlong. Sorry. We're gonna go to Pokegear. I'm gonna call him because I actually don't remember what we're supposed to do. Pokemart and Violet City. Oh, guys. I'm so stupid. We can't use this egg because that would mean 2 encounters in this city, technically. So we can't actually use this Pokemon. I think it was a Happiny, right? Which evolves into a Gen 1 Pokemon anyway. So it doesn't matter. I think. My Flagon one-tapped it. Nice. Nice. Your Flygon? Nice. You have a Flygon? That's pretty awesome. Flygon is pretty cool. I always felt like he was like a glass cannon. He's not that tanky, but he's pretty strong and fun to use. And there is a YouTuber also. This does not sound like Pink Panther. Pink Panther is. What is the song? How you doing though, Ethan? If you want to put music, you could put. I'm just gonna hatch this egg, even though we can't use it, just so I could release it. Let's go. This also technically means that we can't catch this Pokemon that hatches. Oh, this means we can't catch a Pokemon that hatches, actually. So I'm not gonna hatch it. I'm just gonna put it in the PC. Because we can't use it. I hope I remember that. I'm gonna write that down, actually. Can't use mystery egg Pokemon because Mareep at Violet City. Because we already got a Mareep in this city. Oh, I was getting so excited for that egg, too. This song is a vibe. It was alright. the Twice songs I liked, though. Perks of Insurgents. Nice. You really like this Pink Pantheress. Ooh. Alright, so the only way we can go now, I'm pretty sure, is this way. When I did a trial run, I pretty much got up to Route 32. So, yeah, it's gonna get a little more interesting. Oh, this route is... Oh, no, I passed Route 32. This route is actually very long. You know what else is long? I'm just joking. We can't catch any Pokemon. It's too late for that. There's a bullet seed here. There's a bunch of items. And then we're going to have to go through a cave. And then we'll get to the next town. So there's a couple of more things. I want to get at least... If we could get 2 gym badges today, that would be great. There are some guilty pleasures of mine. Fair enough. Pink Pantheress. Oh, the mystery egg was a Togepi. Oh, shit. Wait, Togepi is Gen 1? Or when was it released? It's Gen 2, right? Or is it Gen... It's Gen 2. Oh, Togepi is Gen 2. No, I'm such an idiot. No. We could have used Togepi instead of Mareep, but Mareep was good for the gym. It's okay. I love you, Zip Zop. I'm sorry for being so mean. It's just that Togepi is actually pretty good when it evolves to Togekiss. So I don't know if getting Mareep was worth it. That's kind of in the long run. I mean, I love you, Mareep, but I don't know, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's go see what's here. Oh, this is just the ruins. It just connects, okay. The first trainer has a Ratatatata. We're just gonna burn it to death. And then a Zubat, which we might need Zip-Zap for. Especially if it has Confuse Ray or something. Ooh, we get a Miracle Seed. That's for Grass-type Pokemon. They up by 1.1 or 1.2. Yeah, why do I think 1.5 for a Magnet? All of those things are always 1.1 or 1.2, depending on the gen, maybe? We already tried to catch a Pokemon here. Wooper! Oh my... Now a Wooper pops up, of course. It always happens like that. Okay, we're just gonna Ember you. And we're just gonna Ember you. Supersonic. That's fine. We'll go to Zip-Zop. And Thundershock. Let's go. Oh! Let's go! Still is evolving. I forgot that Gen 2 Pokemon evolves so soon. Or 14 seems soon, isn't it? Usually like 16 or is it... I don't know. Welcome back, Chi. What happened? You weren't doing the Soullock? They didn't finish their D&D stuff? We got a Quilava, though. Let's go, Quilava. Beat the first gym and get a Quilava. Let's go. Look at that big boy on the bottom of the screen now. He looks a little short. I'm going to make him a little taller here. There we go. We got him a bit taller there. What I meant by perks of Insurgents was my Flygon is armored. Oh, does it look different because of Insurgents? Oh, you just got called? Oh, okay. This is all still the same route, I'm pretty sure, so... Yeah. The next trainer that we go up against has a Nidoran. So... I think Cyndaquil is fine. We could skip her, too. Um, we're gonna skip her. I just don't want to over. I'm very scared of over leveling Pokemon. That's all. So I think we get access to Bullet Seed here, which could come in handy. I'm not sure if it will come in handy, but it could come in handy. Yep, there's Bullet Seed. So literally wearing defense boosting armor. Jesus. Oh. What'd you do against a water electric Dragonite? Oh, are they different types in Insurgents? Like that crazy? Water electric? What? So ground is super effective, right? I'll just use a ground move. What's wrong with over leveling? I can't, according to the rules. So these are the rules of the challenge. I'm basically making it a hardcore Nuzlocke, meaning that it's very hard. I can only catch one Pokemon per route. It can only be a Gen 2 Pokemon. My Pokemon can only go up to level 17, which is on the top left here. You could see the level caps, which is the highest level of the next gym leader. Set mode, so I can't switch Pokemon every Pokemon battle. Or like every Pokemon match. No items in battle, so I can't use Hyper Potions in battle and stuff. If someone dies in battle, they get released. If the party dies, I have to reset. And I can't catch duplicates. That's pretty much what it is. Not completely, just special variants. Oh, cool. It's water electric, so ground wouldn't be super effective. Oh yeah, that's right. Ground would be normal. Wait, does water electric have any weakness? It has no weakness, right? Damn. I would just use I would just use a Pokemon that doesn't die to water electric. Why does Wooper have to keep popping up? That's a lot to remember. Yeah, but it's like typical hardcore Nuzlocke rules. So I've done it a couple of times to the point that like I already remember a good majority of them. And then people who watch, I think you start to remember over time. Grass, but I don't have any. Oh yeah, what am I saying? Wait, grass has half against electric, no? AFAIK. Bro, I'm sorry. I don't remember all that stuff. What's AFAIK? It is a bit hard to remember, but it makes it more interesting, you know? Janelle. This guy's Youngster Gordon. I think he has a Wooper. And he looks like a spinner, which is a bit annoying to pass by. So we're just going to use our electric guy here. Just to make it an easy K. Oh! What am I doing? He's a Wooper. I forgot. I'm such a dumbass. Okay. We're going to use Crow here. And we're going to use Hypnosis, which of course will miss twice. Okay, it didn't miss. He used Tail Whip twice, so this is actually kind of dangerous. Oh, I didn't do that much damage. All right. Jesus, that could have been bad. I'm such an idiot. Oh! Mareep's evolving. Let's go. Let's go. Did someone say twice? Put it on, baby. Zip zap. Whoop whoop. Zip zap evolves. Mercy come. Wash away what I've done. Hoot Hoot evolves at level 20, which means he's going to be sucky suck for the next gym, but it's okay. We might only need our starter for the next gym. As far as I know. Oh. As far as I know. I gotta become less of a boomer and remember all this stuff. Do I have to verse this guy? Okay, I don't. I just want to see if I missed something here. Oh, this is kind of a shortcut. I could have gone this way. Ooh, I almost ran into him again. Done it again. I don't think I have to verse this guy. Yo, this is the best thing. Oh, he sells me Slowpoke tails, actually, which is pretty useless. And here, I could headbutt when I get headbutt, I guess. We got a trainer here, and we got Union Cave, which I don't know if we could catch anything here. What I've got. Oh. Actually, before we move on, apparently there's a hidden item somewhere here. Hey, we got a great ball. Must have been choice banded. It used waterfall. It swept your entire team? Jesus. Well, now you know when you go back. That's what's cool about blind Nuzlocke, or blind, like, not Nuzlocke, but blind, like, playthroughs. Like, you learn and you go back and you become better, you know? Oh, we could have gotten a poison barb. We're gonna go back to get the poison barb, actually. We also get an old rod, which lets us get Krabby. Which is very useful. It's an HM slave, apparently. I didn't know that. There's a shell bell here too. Okay, I was just reading about a lot of stuff. So what I'm gonna do right now is beat this guy. And then prep for Union Cave. I know I'm not typing much in chat, but I've been here. Yeah, don't worry. You could lurk. Everyone does things differently. Some people, a lot of people doing other things on the side. You don't have to chat actively. I appreciate you being here. And at the end of every month, I can see who was here and who wasn't, so. I do appreciate it. Don't feel obliged to chat, but it is great to have you here, Diego. I'm level 70. It was only level 74, and yet it swept my entire team. Jesus. That's pretty intense. Alright, we're going to pick up the old red here. We get lure balls. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Oh, this Pokegem is awesome. It gives you stuff. Oh, that's literally it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, for sure, Diego. You've done it. You've made top 10. I told you would. Oh, you're number 1. Well, I'm number 1, but you know. You're nearby. You're nearby. Nathan falling behind. Okay, should we teach... Where do we get Rock Smash from? I don't think we have Rock Smash, right? Yeah, we don't have Rock Smash. Where do we get Rock Smash in this game? I'm gonna look it up. Get you in the blah blah. Rock Smash, Heart Gold. It's my last chance to catch up to y'all. You're not too far behind. We're gonna be streaming a lot this month. Let's go, baby. I'm excited. Whew. I'm excited for the Pokemon grind. And just for streaming. Alright. Where the heck do we get Rock Smash? Let's see. Hey, Fairy! Yo, we got Fairy here. Let's go. Did it pop up for the raid message? I hope it did. I didn't see it pop up. Well, I became Jiraiya. Yo, let's go. Can someone shout out Fairy? Hell yeah, it's been thank you, Gino. Hell yeah, look at that speed run in Mario. Oh, I missed that. But I'm talking too much. Yo. Ooh, you're doing good this split, or this run. You're probably gonna die, aren't you? Okay. Oh, you do the shortcut thing. Oh.
Hello there.
And it stopped. I was like watching it. I was curious what was going on. Damn, it's been so long, man. How are you doing? For those that don't know or who are curious, I'm gonna be playing mostly Pokemon games, so if you're into that, that's cool. I'm doing a hardcore Nuzlocke of SoulSilver right now. And I met Fairy through speedrunning that game that was just shouted out. Super Mario 64, which was very intense, and he helped me a lot with that, so. Oh, you're playing Dragon Quest. Cool. Doctor is covering the other stream while I'm here. Cool. No worries. That's a really, really old clip. Okay. How's Dragon Quest going? I read every single announcement you put on the Discord, and it's like, it's so funny. It's like, you try to make, you're like, By the way, guys, follow Fair if you haven't already, and you like speed running stuff. He does like he speed runs like Mario games, Mario Odyssey, Super Mario 64. Now he's playing Dragon Quest apparently. Yeah, bro, it's so nice to see you in chat, and thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. But yeah. So right now I'm trying to figure out where we could get rock smash, where we could get rock smash in heart golds, because we needed to get a shell bell, which would be pretty sweet. Isn't Dragon Quest the one ported to Switch? It got ported to Switch. Jimmy's stream died. Oh, that's not good. Speedrunning and also casual Dragon Quest. Hell yeah, baby. Oh yeah, what I was gonna say, on your Discord, you like make excuses sometimes for why you won't be streaming, but like they're not. I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. It's just fun to read sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, I have like too much work to do, or I'm kind of sad right now, or whatever, and I'm just like, I get to know a little bit about how you're doing, which is nice. Dragon Quest 11 on Switch is what I've been playing lately. How many Dragon Quests are there? Wasn't the guy for Hunter x Hunter, the anime, didn't he stop writing it because he was playing Dragon Quest so much or something? Or that was like a meme. I needed to look for heart scales, but I can't find it. You get it on Route 36 near Sudowoodo. Oh, okay, I know where that is. Okay, I'm dumb. I know exactly where that is. Yeah, I met Up Dog. Who's Up Dog? What's up, dog? Isn't the joke what's up, dog? I'm so confused. The guy writing for Hunter x Hunter got super sick. That's why he stopped for so long? Oh, I thought the meme was that he was playing Dragon Quest. Maybe that was for something else. I'm dumb, maybe. Oh, we already versed this guy. Okay. Let's go this way. Damn, that sucks. So what have you been up to, bro? How's school been going? How's your... How's your roommate? It might be the meme, but that's literally why. Oh. Also, have you ever gotten sub 20? Or I guess if you did, you would have told me, so that was a dumb question, yeah. I think we versed this guy already. Okay. Ooh, it's a Mareep. I remember when we were Mareeps. Interesting. So maybe there's stuff we could get here that I haven't gotten either. Let me talk to everyone here. Wait, did I have to say yes to him? Oh, never mind. I stopped SM64 in favor of Smo. You did say you like speedrunning Odyssey more, that it's more like enjoyable. One day we both gotta like we both gotta spend like a month one day, both of us, just streaming it and versing each other and trying to get sub 20. Because we need to get it already, you know? Oh, this guy gives us Rock Smash. Okay. I don't know if I want to teach Rock Smash to anyone. Like, I actually want to use all these guys. The only thing I could see doing here is getting... The only thing I could see doing here is getting... looking at Mareep's moves and what it could learn. Should I play or an older version? Play a definite edition of 11. Yeah, I don't know anything about Dragon Quest. I've only seen a little bit of gameplay, and like that's about it. Well, let me show you guys what I'm doing now. I'm just looking at Marie. Oh, by the way, you guys could put music if you'd like to. I kind of like Axel F. Bronze, unironically. Oh yeah, Dinell hates this. I forgot about that. Dinell, if you want me to skip, let me know if you're here. All right, I want to look at what Mareep could learn. You really hate it. I love this song. Okay, so Flaffy, I want to see what it could learn to see if giving it an HM will be bad long run as a long run decision. So it learns Cotton Spore, which decreases speed, if I remember correctly. Yeah, lowers speed by 2 stages, which would be decent. And I just X'd out. Oh, no, okay. It would be decent, but it has like 85 accuracy, which sucks since we're doing a Nuzlocke, which is a harder version of a Pokemon game, for anyone wondering. Charge, I don't care about. Discharge could replace Thundershock. Signal Beam might be useful. So, I think we could replace Rock Smash. Oh, no, what am I doing? He's going to evolve at level 30. Song request XLF. Bruh. I really do. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I have to take it out of the playlist. Dragon Quest 9 is amazing. Yeah, how many are there? I've been wanting to play a good RPG. Yeah, I don't know much about many RPGs, to be honest. I feel like Dinel's more of an RPG guy. Okay, Chi. Fairy, come on, guys. Dinel's gonna... It's kind of funny. I mean, Dinel, you're mod. You could literally... You deleted the message. You could literally, like, skip both songs. But yeah, guys, don't request it. Don't request it. Oh, yeah, you didn't request it. He requested, I don't know what you requested, Fairy. Why did it look like you requested Crazy Frog to me? Oh, it was only Chi, my bad. Yeah, skip it, skip it. You know what? I might even ban it for you, Dinel. All right? I'll make a note to ban it. That's how good of a streamer I am, okay? I'm gonna ban Crazy Frog. Well, I'm gonna make a note to ban it. And then I'll ban it. I had all my notes somewhere. Oh, here it is. Ban Crazy Frog. Out of day comes lights. Lights on the one light, sunlight in my way. It's okay to request it. I won't skip it. Nah, bro, you really hate that song. And, you know, it's one song. And you're a mod. And I'm not crazy. I'm not, like, insane about it. I don't mind skipping it. All right, let's look at Ampharos, which is actually good. And, it moves. It learns Gen 4. Hard Gold, Soul Silver. It learns Thunder Punch when it evolves. And it has, let's see. It has more special attack than physical attack. So I don't even know if that's worth teaching it. It learns Discharge at level 34, which might it would definitely replace Thunder Punch. Signal Beam. Yeah, honestly, I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. What's it called? Putting Rock Smash on him. I just deleted the messages. None of the songs are skipped. You could skip it if you want, though. Remove it from playlist so people forget it. Yeah. That's the note I made. I might ban it too. I don't mind banning it. Yeah. So Zipzop will need to have 2 or 3 spots for moves, unless we teach it another move. So I'm actually okay with taking out Tackle. I'm okay with taking out Tackle for Rock Smash. Actually, Rock Smash is better at this point of the game. We're gonna teach Zipzop. Zipzop gets Rock Smash for Shell Bell. I kind of want the Shell Bell right now. I'm being impatient. My problem with it was that it would play so often. Okay, so then I won't ban it. I'll just take it out. Take out Crazy Frog. I haven't mentioned it yet, but I'm really a fan of this layout. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. I'm happy you like it, you know? I pressed the A button for that. Yeah, I like this layout a lot. Also, if I want to remove my face post-production, which I'm not sure if I will do yet. I don't think I will. But for like videos, what I could do is I could legit just I could just do this. Isn't that cool? So for stream, you guys could see my beautiful face, and then outside of stream, like for videos, I could just remove my face. The layout is clean. Thanks, Poggers. Thank you. Count to 3 Chalk Eaters. I don't think I've heard that one before. Yeah, so... Yeah, I think this is one of the best layouts for Pokemon videos, to be honest. I spent some time on it, though, trying to make everything, like, really exact. I made it very clean. Also, off stream, I don't know if you guys noticed, not off stream, but like for playing other games, it's very simple. It's literally just the display capture, my face, and here, let me show you guys, and chat on the bottom. Isn't that awesome? I removed everything else. But yeah. This is for the Pokemon. Pink took 3 months off for this. No, it didn't take me 3 months to make the layout, but the layout is well designed. Oh, thanks, guys. Most streamer YouTubers leave their face in. Yeah, but for Pokemon, it seems like most don't. The thing is, I think I will keep my face in for Pokemon videos, yeah. Because I do want to add my personality to the videos. But for Nuzlocke videos, a lot of people don't. But I do things differently, so it's okay. All right, let's go back here. Oh, this is Crazy Fog. I just realized. Sorry. Facecam is great. Yeah, I think for streaming, I think it's a must. I like Facecam. But yeah, you know what I love about this game? Your Pokemon follows you. Like, it's so sexy. They should do that in more games. Ping is not like other girls. Exactly. Bro, I've been looking kind of sexy. I've been looking at myself in the mirror without my glasses. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. Well, when I look in the mirror, I look pretty good. But now the lighting is weird on me, so I don't look as sexy as I usually do, okay? I prefer layouts like this anyway, instead of a camera over the gameplay. Makes sense. Yeah, this is like everything has its own spot, you know? The only thing that kind of sucks is that you guys aren't on screen. But which for Pokemon games that only have one screen, wherever the second screen is right now is where chat is gonna be, most likely. So yeah. I miss Stepsis, not gonna lie. She misses you too, bro. She misses you too. How about regular sister, bro? Okay, we did all that. We did all that to get this item. I have a dedicated layout for DS games, just haven't used it yet. Nice. Yeah, your layout is pretty cool. Emily is alright. Yeah, but she's not like Stepsis, bro. Stepsis is like, bro, she's something else, you know? We have enough Pokeballs and stuff. I'm gonna use Shell Bell. For those that don't know, it's basically like leftovers. This is Song, but slightly worse, I think. Flaffy is pretty weak, so, and I want her to survive, so we're gonna give that to her. Flaffy, oh no, to him. Steps is mad hot, not gonna lie. True. I'll probably either use it for hard gold. You gonna be playing hard gold? Hell yeah. I'm doing SoulSilver, but still cool. This song sounds nice. This is what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna look at the playthrough or whatever to see what we could catch in Union Cave. And what Pokemon trainers we have to verse. So it looks like we could fish for a Magikarp or a Goldeen, but Goldeen is Gen 1, right? Not Gen 2. Or is it Gen 2? I always get confused with the stupid stuff. Yeah, it's Gen 1. Sandshrew is Gen 1 too. I'm like double checking everything. So we can't catch anything in Union Cave. Everything is Gen 1 Pokemon. We can only catch Gen 2 Pokemon. Exclamation point Nuzlocke for the rules, for anyone curious, by the way. This song sounds nice. I like it a lot. Why did you remove Stepsis and Mom? What? They told Ping no more. It was partially that. Yeah, I think most people emulate. It was partially that, but I think it was also that a lot of rewards we had kind of got in the way of the gameplay, which might sound a bit selfish, but I'm trying to think long term. And long term, we're gonna get, if we have a lot of viewers and stuff, like content can't be disrupted so many times, you know, by different stuff. So like that's the main reason. The thing is, I might add back some stuff just like in a way that I could add it and not you guys. But yeah, we also do Poke MMO on the weekends, so that's to get some community like gaming, and sometimes we'll play Fall Guys and some other games. Yeah, let me see what items we could get here. We could get Rock Tomb, which will be useful maybe, and that's about it. Okay. I must break the internet. I know you do. Getting a modern DS is tricky. Hard Gold is the best Pokemon game. I'll be honest, I had Hard Gold as a kid. I don't think I ever beat it. I think it's my least played Pokemon game. I don't know why, though. I will say the Pokemon following you is pretty cool, but aside from that, I don't know how much I like. Wrong. Pokemon S Soul Silver is the best. Platinum is a close second. I've also never played Platinum. Emerald is my favorite. What was Red and Blue? Ooh, oh, I'm so excited for Red and Blue. I'm so excited. So, I 100% want to make this. I just need to find the time and the money and have someone develop this for me. It's basically going to be like two teams that chat can side with. Team Red and Team Blue. That's the basics. And we'll see how it actually goes. Heart Gold still has the whole Kanto region after the Johto region. Yeah, so does Soul Silver. I think people complain about that, though, to be honest. You love Emerald? Yeah, Emerald is my favorite by far. Emerald is so awesome. That sentence doesn't make sense. I know what you're trying to say. But yeah, they add... I just realized 2 of my guys died to Rock. That's not good. Should I move past him? I moved past him. Oh, you could literally skip everything here. Why complain? Oh, I was going to say some people don't like it because it feels like a straight ripoff from first gen. I will say it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. But I do know that people complain about it because they didn't really innovate with adding Gen 1 to this game. It is the only main story game where they added, though. I mean, the originals and the remakes. Diego might be AFK. Let's get all the items here. Okay, we have to verse this guy. This guy has a Slowpoke. Okay, this is perfect. I'll verse him. The counter region is comparatively quite empty. Yeah, you see? I don't think I ever played it when I originally played this game. I don't think I ever played the counter region. Oh my god. Guys, our level cap is 17. I gotta be really careful. I'm actually kind of dumb. I gotta be really careful. You're not AFK? Oh, my bad. Doctor was saying hi. My bad. It's not a straight ripoff. They added the extra Pokemon to catch. Harder gym bosses, harder trainers, and you battle. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool from what I remember. But I will say for Nuzlocking, it's a bit frustrating because the last person you verse is the last person you literally verse is like Red. And he's like level 88 Pokemon and stuff. So it's just like, it's a lot of work for Nuzlocking. Joctor? What the hell? What happened? There was a J. Everyone became J fanatics since you left, and since I left. Red is stupid hard. Yeah. Janelle, now Joctor. Made it better? Nah, Doctor is better. I will say I got used to Joctor. Diego Jaladin. Oh no, not another one. We're losing so many to the J's. It's because 2 other streamers are... Well, 1 other streamer, Jimmy, is with the J, right? That's the thing? Alright, Route 33. I gotta see what we could catch here. Did I pick up the Rock Tomb, by the way, guys? I've been talking too much, so much. I don't know if we did. Let me check. I didn't pick up the Rock Tomb. I'm gonna go pick up the Rock Tomb. Champions, my sense. Diego Jaladin. I did it before, Dinell. Use legendaries on red? No legendaries. I'm not allowing myself any legendaries. I just realized this is a mix with Crazy Frog. I see the video. It's funny. I remember at least one level 90. No. Pikachu's level 88. Yeah. Jared, but I forgot how it started. Yeah. Someone said something that I might have missed. Is Jimmy and Jared talking about J names being toxic? Oh yeah, that's what it was. And so everyone changed their name to J names. Where is the? Oh, I think I have to go below. I have to go to the basement in this area. I think it's worth it though. Red's Pikachu only has Light Orb in Gen 4. Oh, really? Well, I'm guessing in the original it was much more basic in a lot of ways. I don't know. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't know. Oh, no. Oh my god, all my guys die. All my guys die to this. Wait, this is so bad. I'm gonna need to find a way to counter. Oh, he's only level 4 though. Jesus. Oh, he only has tackle. Thank God, bro. I think Uproar. Uproar did so much. Wait, don't tell me he has... Okay. Don't tell me he has a... Oh, it's just a Geodude. If it was an Onix, that would have been really bad. Okay. What just happened? What happened to the game? Huh? I'm invisible. What the hell? No, I don't see him. Huh? Jing Jong Jasters, Bling Blong Blasters rebrand one day. Go through a door? Yeah, I know that happens, but I've never seen it become invisible. Oh, there we go. Okay. Jesus. Anyway. I think this is Rock Tomb. All that just to get Rock Tomb. Oh my god. Yes, we got Rock Tomb. Wait, I have to be really careful, guys. I'm way too close to the... level cap. We still have to verse a couple of trainers before the next gym. Oh my god, I don't need to verse this guy. I almost versed him by accident. Song's kind of catchy. How many wild Pokemon are there, bro? They're wildin', bro. Jesus. It's the real Gladius? GLaDOS? What's GLaDOS? All that for Rock Tomb, which I don't even know. I'll be honest, I don't even know if we're gonna use it. What's GLaDOS? This song sounds catchy. All right, let's see if we could get any Pokemon in Route 33. Apparently, we have access to all Gen 1 Pokemon, I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if this is worth doing. Yeah, Ekans is literally Gen 1. I have to look at Gen 2 Pokemon, bro. I am like so dumb. I don't remember anything. But I'm pretty sure Ekans is Gen 1, right? Yeah. GLaDOS? What is GLaDOS? I'm sorry that I'm so confused. Oh, this is gonna be hard. We can't catch that many Pokemon, huh? Oh yeah, Jimmy's stream came back? Okay, we're in the town. This is good. Oh, you guys have played this song before. So we could get U-turn. Oh no, this is after we beat. We're in the second part of the section 3 of the walkthrough, which is nice. I don't think we have to verse this guy yet. Okay. His stream is fine? Okay, good. Hey, thanks for the raid, bro. Arigatou gozaimasu. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? His stream is fine. GLaDOS is the bad guy in Portal. Bro, my cousin keeps telling me to play that game. My bad for not knowing. What were we saying? Hashtag it's the real GLaDOS. Oh, because of the portal thing. Sluggish as always. It's okay. It takes time. I streamed on YouTube to one viewer for some time. Jimmy's playing Garfield card. What the hell is that? Sounds kind of interesting. Ping Portal and Portal 2 is poggers. Play it. Maybe I will if you get God Monkey. Okay, we're not gonna verse that guy yet. Your cousin has good taste. I'm trying to get him to play. Yeah, there's too many games. Too many games. And then we got Chi trying to make me play that one game. Outer Wilds. Oh yeah, that looked cool. I liked seeing you play that game. Slowpoke is Gen 1? Or Gen 2? It's Gen 1. Bro, there's like no Gen 2 Pokemon in this game. How dumb is that? That is so stupid. Why would you introduce like... Why wouldn't you introduce more Gen 2 Pokemon? Goldeen is Gen 1 too, right? Bruh. Oh yeah, Pocket Mirror. Minecraft? Pff, never heard of it. I can die happy since you played Breath of the Wild. Oh yeah! And I'll play Breath of the Wild too when it comes out, most likely. We'll end up playing it for a long time during the modcast. Outer Wilds would be cool as a more chill thing, though. True. Those streams were so fun. I'm glad. I really enjoyed Minecraft streams, especially since it was a group of streamers and there was some like stakes, but it fizzled out really quick. I really, really want to play a game with other streamers that like is really fun, like a server, you know, like the SMP server or whatever. I want to do that with streamers I know now. And I know at least one streamer who's down. We would need to be consistent with it, you know? Join our server ping. Yeah, but that's like, no offense to the people in the server. That's like filled with, I do plan on doing that, but down the line. But also like, that's going to be streamers and non-streamers. The thing about only streamers is that like, you could create drama and it like everything goes on with the streamers. That's definitely what I want to do that. And I would want to play on your guys' server as well. It's just, I'm not going to lie, that's probably not going to happen for a while. I want to do daily vids on YouTube for Pokemon in the coming weeks as well. So, yeah. Let me see what we could get in this town that's worth it. It doesn't look like we could get anything. We have to verse Team Rocket Grunts with level 9 Pokemon. Okay. Hopefully we'll be fine and not over level. Damn ad. Oh, you guys got ads. Sorry. When Nathan disappears, I'll be there trying to steal that mod position. I don't know if Nathan will disappear, but okay. I'll make room for more mods in the future. When we have more viewers. More viewers equals more mods, because then we'll need more mods. We have Ping, Jimmy, Liam, Jared, BK. Oh, that is true, actually. And you guys are pretty chill. We also create drama. Jimmy has beef with Big Meat. If you guys had a dedicated day once per week to play on the server, then I would be down. Ad was about to say I'm down, but this ad might change my opinion. And what's an ad? I would be down. Lol. Sorry for ads, guys. It's Twitch, Sag. You're right, actually. There's a lot of streamers there. If you guys could figure out a once a week thing, then I would be down. It's just when it's all over the place, it ends up being like, I don't know. People stop playing after a while. From my experience of being in a Minecraft server with streamers. What do I get? We already have super potions. What about like 3? Antidotes are the most useful. We have 2, that's fine. We'll try to get a day for Minecraft. We can add others too. Okay. Thursday works for me, just saying. But, you know, I don't play Minecraft that much because I don't have people to play with, so this works for me. Right? Like, once a week. You would have to ask Gnell. I think it's his server, but... I mean, I would be down for you to be there. Okay, we can't get anything from this area. We have to verse the Pokemon things. There you go. You mean people can only play once a week, or everyone plays on a certain day? Everyone plays on a certain day, and that's where the most content is created, like plant content. And then outside of that day, people could still play, but it would be like getting resources and like maybe it would be some other stuff, but like the main stuff would happen once a week. Yes, I do. DM me. Relevant information. If you're active and have Bedrock, you're in. Jewelry, can I join? Look at everyone loving Minecraft. Oh, I can't verse this guy yet. I have to go to his house. Let's pick up the apricot first. Apricorn. Yo, let's go. Alright. I can tolerate it. What's like the biggest differences between Bedrock and like the original? Slowpoke well, by the way. I don't think it has anything worth it. I might be wrong. Why don't I see this information? Slowpoke well. Oh no, it has Zubat and Slowpoke. Yeah, we can't catch anything there. Slowpoke well. No Gen 2 Pokemon. Anyone on Windows with Java have Bedrock? Redstone and how the game loads, but not super noticeable if you don't get incredibly technical. Oh yeah, I never got into it so much that I would make crazy structures. But isn't Redstone really important for structures? This guy has Rattata. But this is our lowest leveled guy. So we're just gonna attack. We need Confuse Ray or something. Hypnosis sucks buttholes. It's such a high level too. Alright. Focus Energy. That gives crits higher probability. Okay. We took it out. Okay, next is Zubat. I want to use Zip Zop, but if Zip Zop dies, I mean, over levels, we can't use him for the gym. So I'm going to use Sill. It's important for anything that moves. Barry, are you a Redstone geek? I don't think we have anyone that's super good at it. What's this? You have to verse them. I'm gonna go Ember. Okay, Astonish was the perfect choice, actually. Let's go. I'm gonna go heal. Joctor is like, I'm super good at it. Bro, guys, I've been holding in some PP. Should I keep holding it in? There's no quasi-connectivity. Bro, I don't know what half of these words mean. What the hell? Let's go heal. Go PP. Where do you want me to go? Oh, to PP? Go PP. I get it. That's a good one, actually. Because I'm PP, and you're telling me to go PP. I will, but I'm going to hold it in. I want to first take out Team Rocket, because they're bad guys. And then I'll go PP. Just one more trainer, and then their leader. The leader has a level 8 Zubat and a level 12 Coughing. And the Zubat has Supersonic. Oh, that's annoying, man. Supersonic is an annoying move. Do I go straight ahead and take on Leech Life Supersonic? You know what? I'm gonna do it. What do we have here? I'm the scariest and cruelest guy. Nope. You're not. Executive Proton battle. Probably gonna be easy. A quasi connectivity? I don't even know what that means, bro. Oh, you can't do flying machines? I'm gonna talk to Jimmy about the Minecraft server. And you, well, I'm talking to you guys right now. What do you guys think of doing it as once a week, like big events, and then everyone could play whenever they want otherwise? Or like 4 people have to be on the server or whatever. Ooh. Smoke screen. Did you come here thinking you could mess with our plans? Yeah, you suck. No, smoke screen. Wait, smoke screen is actually annoying. Bruh. Should I switch? I mean, he only has poison gas and smog. Smog does like no damage, but it can poison me. Okay, no, it's worth it. Bye. Java's the only one I played on, I think, personally. Oh, let's go. What is this song? It sounds kind of cool. Yo. He's gone. Hey, we're checking on the slowpokes. All right. I think we're going to verse the second gym, and then after that, we'll see what Jimmy's up to, if he's still up. And maybe play some games with him. Since he's doing a subathon, I'm sure he gets bored. And I'll pee after we beat the second gym. That's my present. I love how they say Red took out Team Rocket. It's so cool. DNL server is exploding in popularity. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wait, I don't want to give him... Oh, he turns apricorns into Pokeballs? Nah, that sounds like work, bro. I don't care about that. Hey, Danny, guess what? What the hell? Ah! Do you have to verse any trainers for this, Gem? I don't remember. Let me see. It looks like you do. Yeah, his ace is level 17, so... Yo, the song sounds mad nice. What the hell? So this actually looks pretty cool. Oh, I'm versing the trainer. I'm actually stupid. Oh my god. There's such high level 2. Oh no. I don't want to over level. Oh, we're fine actually. Bro, I'm too dumb for these puzzles. We'll play today, by the way, on Jimmy's stream. In about 3 hours? What are you, crazy? What time is it? 11? We've been streaming for 3 hours. I don't know if I'll be... I might join, but I don't know if I'll be streaming. I know you're not really asking. You're just saying when you guys will be playing, but... Oh, 17's the... Oh my god, that was so much XP. What the hell? Shit. The next Pokemon is level 13 too. I gotta make sure I do not screw this up. Wait. $30K. No, this is a double battle? No! I might overlevel. I might overlevel. No, 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 no. I screwed up. Comet punch. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop punching me, bro. And I get poison. What is this luck? I guess Thundershock will do more. Are you serious? Where'd you get a centaur? Oh, thank God. Okay. Thank God. If he overleveled, we wouldn't. He's literally gonna carry. Let's use the antidote we got. I won't be there in 3 hours. Training for a new job. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Just gonna use an antidote here. Oh, I forgot we had to go up against twins. Oh, the next Pokemon just has a Paris. The next trainer only has a Paris. I've been using so many potions, but I'm being a little impatient. I don't even know if I have to verse him. Yeah, I don't have to verse him. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna go back and train. We're gonna train for the second gym. Ooh, Unravel. Tokyo Ghoul. English cover. Ew. It'll be for the modcast, so you know. Oh, okay. Okay, we're actually doing good. It's good we skipped a bunch of trainers. We can now train. Bro, why do so many people have rock-type Pokemon? Why do you have Supersonic, bro? Gives like no XP. It's a good cover? Okay. Instead of a Google Translate cover. We're probably gonna raid Jimmy. If anything, so there we go. We just need to get at least 2 gyms. Guys, my thinking is if I get 2 gyms every day, then 2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate, right? And then 1 for the Elite 4. I'm thinking like in 5 days. No, I want to beat a Nuzlocke every 2 weeks basically. That's the plan. So this game is a little. I think this is one of the longest Pokemon games. Why don't you just put the Japanese version? It's so much better, but you know, that's fine. We're not gonna raid right now, bro. We need to get everyone to the level cap of 17. Oh no. Wait, guys. The level cap for the 3rd gym is 19. Which means between the 2nd and 3rd gym, we have to be very careful. I'm gonna look right now. We have to verse our rival after the 2nd gym. Our rival has actually pretty strong Pokemon. Then we gotta verse some trainers. I don't know how many we could skip here. I'm gonna have to do some research for next stream. And then can we verse the 3rd gym? If it's just that, oh, okay, and then we could verse the 3rd gym. Okay, we still gotta be careful though. Still gotta be careful. Oh, the song is very low. Oh no, it's the end song. Repels, dodge all trainers. I wish it worked like that. Bro, everyone puts the song in karaoke. Which is fair, you know. Guys, is this team good? I don't think this team is good. Too many of our team die from ground. Well, I guess Crow doesn't. And when Hoot Hoot evolves, it's probably gonna die. It only dies from electric, ice, rock. Actually, my whole thing is if our team dies from 3 things, then it's not good. That's like my whole logic. With stuff with Pokemon teams. Alright, I think I'm gonna go pee-pee, guys. It's too much. My bladder is like, bro, you're stupid. Go pee-pee. And I'm like, yeah, I should, but also no. I'm gonna go pee-pee, guys. I'm gonna go pee-pee. Alright. Pee-pee time. Oh my god. Oh, that was so cool, bro. What the hell? Oh my god. Someone clipped that. Someone clipped that. That was freaking beautiful. What the? Good, good. That's literally how she sings the song. Whenever together, when to be together, I will be there and you'll be near. No, oh, well. Oh, well, it, you know. Well. You know, it happens. You fall a lot in the... Well, you know. Well, you know, it happens. It happens. Jesus, I'm going insane. I just... Oh, thank God, bro. Heidi Soyela. I'm gonna record.
You got Japanese ones?
And we'll be back in like 2 minutes. We're gonna put toner. I just don't want to stop the stream and start it again. Stop. You could do that. Oh. I remember that moment from when I dyed my hair. Yeah, I lived in Japan. That Tossabot is a bot. You love that clip? I know, it's such a good clip. Can you guys actually hear when I do pee-pee, bro? Like, Nathan would be excited if he was here. If he is here. He likes hearing me pee-pee. Yo. Bars. Cars. We need something to counter Geodude. I hear it like a river stream. Nice. Sometimes you just gotta pee-pee, you know? That's just how it is. Okay, Geodude is actually annoying, and I think it gives defense IVs, so I don't know how much I wanna hear. You hear it like a river stream? Bro, you guys are trolling. There's no way. There is no way. What do I use here? Rock Smash is my best option, right? Yeah. Rock Smash is actually pretty good. Right, how much will Thundershock do? Oh, yeah. Hey, there we go. Just like that. Just like that, we're almost at the level cap. This song is so weird. Pikachu! Electrocute you! When editing, you should listen for it. I've tried listening for my PP before. I don't hear it a lot of times. I don't know. Alright, we're gonna train Crow to level 17, and then we're gonna hit the gym. Not the real life gym, because I got no abs. I got nothing to show. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. I needed to uproar. If I did an uproar, that could have been bad. This is so freaking catchy. What the hell? I thought they were going to say we help it put it in the ass. I was like, what? What the hell? That was funny. I guess because we smash each other, we're not brothers. You could be brothers in Smash, just live in Sweet Home Alabama, baby. So now, no, this is what I was hoping wouldn't happen, but we still pushed through. Okay. Supersonic could make this really bad, but we keep not missing, which is nice. All right, all right. It was nominated. Nice, nice. I don't care. I don't care. It's not crazy. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, Ninja Sex Party is actually pretty good. You guys put me on to that. Go, leave. 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 This is not music. Oh shit, we got poisoned. Leave. Oh my god, how long is this outro, bro? This is like 5-hour outro. Is this song based on Smash Brothers, bro? Yeah, it sounded like a... I got excited when I heard Pikachu because I'm playing Pokemon, but yeah. Yeah. Why'd I say it like that? Oh, wow. Bro. I knew that was gonna happen. I know I kept saying skip and someone would skip after the outro finished. I knew that was gonna happen. Good good try, Janelle, but you just skipped the next song, yeah. Bruh. You're like, yeah, I didn't want to hear that song. It's okay, I fix. This song was added by me, okay? So what we're gonna do here is because I'm such a freaking genius, all right? No caps here. I'm gonna move the help me to the front, and then I'm gonna personally skip this one, okay? So, so it doesn't get screwed up. Boom! Your next song is there. No issues. Technically, he gets 2 more songs. Everything... Oh yeah, because I requested it. That is true. You didn't have to mention that, but you know, it is what it is now. Yo. I got bars. I live in cars. And I want to go to Mars. Bro, I don't have bars. What am I saying? We need another Pokemon. We only have half of a team. And Crow pretty much sucks. Even though he'll probably come in handy on this gym. Scyther is kind of scary. So for those wondering, the next gym has a Scyther level 17, a Metapod level 15, and a Kakuna. The Metapod and Kakuna kind of suck buttholes, but Scyther has U-turn and Technician. Technician increases... Oh, Technician doesn't apply for him, I think. Because his moves aren't less than 60. Oh, no, they are. But whatever. Scyther is going to be a bit of a powerhouse. So I'm going to have to do some calculations for that battle. Damn, Uproar goes by so quickly. We gotta peck him to death here. So here, I'm actually not gonna level up to close to 18. Oh my god, Reflect is actually so good. I'm gonna take out Growl for Reflect. We might actually use it. Reflect helps against physical attacks. It doesn't help against crits, though. U-turn is physical and Quick Attack is physical. Scyther's only moves are physical. So this is actually a pretty good setup move for the second gym. You're actually going to come in handy, Crow. I got to think here. I got to think really hard. I got to use the 2 brain cells I have in my brain. All right. Let's look at things. We're going to add his team real quick. He has a Scyther. Oh, it's a female. Oh, she. Wait, is Bugsy a girl? I don't know. Whatever. Bugsy has Scyther. Usually, the gender of the Pokemon matches the gender of the trainer. 17. That's way too long. What, the song is way too long? Ability has Technician. Item Citrus. I forgot Gen 4. All the aces have Citrus Berry, which is a bit annoying. We'll go second gym. Quick. I mean, I'm a patient individual. Fair. What the music is too long, yeah? That's what you mean? I was thinking of adding a has-been got. I have no idea what that means. Like, literally no idea. I apologize. Okay, this looks good. And we're gonna add Metapod. Do I have 2 timers going on for my latest video? I think I do. 2 timers for video. Remove 1. Has been Hotel. Song. Got Harbin Hotel. Okay. That sounds familiar-ish. Wait, what am I doing? I don't want to open that yet. Did I export this, bruh? I did export him. Okay, next is Metapod, level 15. I don't think a level 15 Metapod will do much with Tackle, but you never know. So we're just gonna, we're gonna put it. Second Pokemon. Export, import, and the last Pokemon is gonna be Kakuna. Oh, he has Shed Skin. I forgot to put his ability. Whatever, I don't care. I cry somewhere, So this is the third Pokemon. Okay. It's supposed to be Has-Been Hotel? Oh. Lol. I'm adding Insane. What do you think of adding? Check out the VOD's channel if you guys want to catch up to something from the stream, by the way. Every video will be every stream will be updated a day late. Hopefully. We'll see if it was.
Wow.
Wow indeed. Wow. Let's move this here. And let's look at our team. We're gonna have a Hoot Hoot that you guys named. Level 17. Going up against Scyther. Scyther uses U-turn quite often, I think. The U-turn does 46% damage. Oh no, quick attack. U-turn does 40. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of damage, guys. This is gonna be a really hard battle. I just want to see how much Peck will do first. Peck only does 25. Jesus. Let's see about Quilava. Quilava with Ember, right? Okay, Quilava with Ember actually looks pretty good. We might be able to sweep with Ember here. Yo, but what's up, guys? It's BK, otherwise known as Cocoa Butt, otherwise known as Buttocks. How you doing? I think we might be able to sweep with Ember on our starter. I do have two micro. This one doesn't work. I think we're gonna go Ember here and hope that we kill. He's probably gonna use U-turn. I'm gonna add a Shell Bell also. It looks like we're not faster though. Oh, this is gonna be so close of a battle. This is gonna be such a risky battle. I'm kind of scared, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you didn't need to shout out, but there's the shout out for Coco. Animal Crossing. Check her out if you guys like Animal Crossing, if you guys like Nintendo games, if you like your boy Jimmy. And if you like chill people who scream a lot. Cocoa Buttocks. We were playing Zelda last? Nice. BB Ticks. How you doing, Coco? Oh yeah, so the plan for the second gym is to just Ember everything. But add Shell Bell. That's not a crazy... I know that doesn't sound that fascinating, but the problem is that because of U-turn, doing status effects or whatever isn't that useful. Well, actually, oh, wait, I have a better idea. We go in with Zip Zop so that he attacks us and he gets staticked. We risk it for the static. Wait, that's an even better idea. We risk it for the static so that when he U-turns, we could just switch out safely against Metapod or whatever. That might be a better thing. Yeah, getting equipped with shoutouts is awesome. Look up Twitch Guru. That's the application. That's the thing you need as a browser source. You get Royal Court in my court. Let's go. Yeah, let me just look at the calculator real quick. If we use Flaffy. First of all, I'm kind of curious how much Flaffy will do with Thundershock, actually. Whoa! Guys. Look how much damage she would do with Thundershock. But the biggest problem here, U-turn could kill with a crit. So it's too risky. I don't think I'm gonna do that. But Thundershock does a lot more than I expected. Glass Cannony. I have way too many things open. Ah! I have too many things open. Okay, there we go. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna take Shell Bell and we're gonna give the Shell Bell to our starter. We're gonna give the Shell Bell to our starter here. And then we're gonna switch our starter. And when I did a run just to check things out, we actually lost the run because of Scyther. Scyther is really strong. So hopefully we don't lose the run now. I'm gonna save just in case something gets screwed up. Because sometimes things get screwed up. Okay. Let's do this! Oh, I think I went on the wrong thing. I did. Okay. I'm an idiot. But I'm smart sometimes. So we're gonna do that. We already versed this guy. We don't click on that yet. The whole thing is we click this. And then we click this. And look, I'm a goddamn genius. This is gonna be one of the hardest battles of the game, guys. If we can't get more Gen 2 Pokemon. Because early games tends to be hard. And Scyther is really, really strong. So we gotta hope. We gotta pray. Yeah. Let's go into it. I don't know if this song matches the vibes, but it's okay. Okay. If he uses... I honestly don't know what I want him to use. I want him to use Focus Energy, maybe? It's like, I can't do anything except Ember. Use Quick Attack, okay. Oh my god, that does so much damage! Oh, we don't even do half damage. And he has a Citrus Berry! I forgot about the Citrus Berry! No! No! Oh, we have a Shell Bell. We have a Shell Bell. Okay, that helps a bit. Okay. Bro, I'm gonna be running calculations, bro. This is actually scary. It's a scary-ass matchup. I don't know if Ember is enough. He's faster than us, too. Oh, God. Okay, if I look at the numbers... Quick Attack does more than U-turn. That's why he's using Quick Attack. He might never use U-turn. Maybe I should use Smokescreen and stuff. He could do up to 66% damage, guys. Is this scary as scary as Gampa? It's scarier. 66%. Wait, I gotta do some percentages. 66 times 34. No. 66 times 48. He could do 32 damage. He could take us almost out if he crits. Oh, he used Focus Energy. Okay, that's potentially good. That's potentially good. Yes. Okay. If he doesn't heal here, we win. If the other trainer doesn't use an item to heal. He didn't! Okay. And he used Leer. That was so dumb. Okay, we won. Oh, we won. Oh, that was so scary, bro. It might not look scary, guys, but if he used a different move there, like we could have lost. If he used a different move twice. But he used like stupid moves for some reason. JJ. Good one. I'm not hyping it up more than it is. It's actually okay. The rest of this gym is super easy. I don't know. I don't want to overuse Sil because the next gym is, not much. So we're gonna go to Crow because our level cap is level 19 after this gym. No, I can feel the fear. Okay, cool. Oh, this is literally smooth sailing now. For some reason, he uses his like best Pokemon in the beginning. A lot of the times they do the opposite. I'm just gonna use Peck here. I'm actually gonna fast forward through this. That's how confident I am about that. And he has a poison move. I'm just gonna use Peck. That's easy. I almost never fast forward through gym battles, but the hardest thing about that battle was the beginning. So, and now we could add the second gym badge to our name, baby. Let's go. 2 out of 16. The only game that has 16 badges. Well, except the originals. This is a remake, but still. I like this song. This might have been the one you were thinking of. Cool. Insane. What does he give me? U-turn. Oh, okay, that makes sense. U-turn's actually not a bad move. Whoever requests the song, if you want to skip, say you want to skip, and then mods, when people want to skip, just double check they're the person who requested by doing ! song. I know it seems a bit complex, but it makes it so no one is confused. If it makes sense. Okay. The next battle is going to be really hard too, I think. So I want to do this next battle before finishing this game and moving on to either a different game or to ending stream. I'm not sure yet. It's pretty good vibes right now, so I'm not sure yet. He's gonna have a Ghastly, a Zubat, and a Croconaw. So Ghastly. Okay. Ghastly has Lick, which might be a little annoying. Aside from that, this should be an easy battle, to be honest, actually. He has a Ghastly, Zubat, and a Croconaw. Zip Zap could deal with him. I just don't want Zip Zap to overlevel. So I might go in with Crow against Ghastly, since Ghastly can't hit us. And we could hit with Peck. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Because Peck could take out Ghastly over time, right? Let me look into it. Y'all can also say wrong song. Oh yeah, what am I saying? You could just say wrong song if the song didn't play yet and it's the next song. That's better. Thank you, Dino. Good point, bro. Good point. I'm feeling so pumped for some reason. Alright. Let's see how much Peck would do. I'm a bit scared just because he could screw us up. Ghastly could screw us up. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with Hoot Hoot. Since he can't affect us. I'm gonna go with Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot, so he can't affect us in rival battle. And so Zip Zap doesn't overlevel. That's the plan. Let's do it. I hate having unnecessary work. I thought you were looking for more work, to be honest, but okay. You love that twice, though. These songs are so, like, jolly. Maybe that's why I'm feeling jolly. Alright. Here it is, baby. Here it is, the rival battle of the century. I should have changed the Shell Bell to Zip Zap. It's okay, though. We should be fine. We're versing goddamn Shanks! To hell! Do we set up a reflect? Do we set up a reflect against Zubat and his starter when they come out? No, Water Gun is special. We're just gonna go with Peck. I didn't expect you to comply. I love you. Yeah, it was a good song. I was scared he might use Curse and Mean Look. Curse actually does damage to me each turn. But... oh yeah, I forgot. It does like... he goes first? Oh, because he used Spite maybe? Why should you delete his message? I do. That's funny. I thought Fairy was saying I love you to me, but okay. Oh, Curse still goes on, huh? Okay. Curse does way too much damage. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go to Zip Zap. Love you too, though. Okay. Scary Face reduces speed. Not a big deal. Kind of annoying against Zubat in case he Supersonics. Aside from that, it's fine. Pretty dumb to go Scary Face again, but okay. Check out my latest YouTube video, Noobs Play Golf, online. Oh, that did not do as much damage as I was hoping it would do. Why is he Scary Face spamming? This makes no sense. How does the AI work in this game? I'm so confused. Scary Face spamming, lol. That's what I wrote down as a note. He's probably gonna heal up now. Oh, now he uses Water Gun. Crystalline does damage if used by a ghost. Yeah, I know. Water Gun did some damage. You're gonna clean up? Alright. See you soon, baby. Round, down, down. See, Crow leveled up. Okay, this is good. We're actually leveling up our guys pretty well. I don't think we have to verse many more trainers before the next... it's like one more route. Okay, Bite did some damage, but no flinch. That's good, that's good. Thundershock hopefully one-hit KOs. I don't think it will. Ooh, it did! Let's go! Okay, Rival Battle. Actually, pretty good. Rival Shanks is down. I love that I named him Shanks. I hate the weak. Then you should hate yourself. You just got owned. Anyway. Anyway. Okay, let this guy leave. Let's go heal up. My goal for Pokemon Nuzlocke streams is to do 4 hours. We're coming up again. We're coming up on 4 hours, so yeah. Let's see what the next thing is. Yeah, Curse I think always does 20 or 25% of your full health. So it's kind of strong, but you could just switch out of it. Oh, the next is a forest. The large shadowy forest has become blah blah blah. Without cut, it's impossible to reach the other side. Okay, so you have to find 2 ducks. And then you get cut. And then you get charcoal. And you could go back with cut and get roar, which is pretty useless. You could also get headbutt. Ooh, headbutt could get us Pokemon. So according to what I'm reading here, headbutt gets you Heracross, Apom, and Pinecco. Apom, I'm pretty sure, is a Gen 2 Pokemon. Unless I'm wrong. It is a Gen 2 Pokemon. Pinecco, I think, is also Gen 2. It is. And Heracross, I hope to God is Gen 2. I'm pretty sure it is. Because Heracross is... yes, it is. Okay, so we get access to Headbutt and possibly 2 or 3 more Pokemon soon. Oh, that's going to be so fun. That's going to be so good. Especially if we could pick up a Heracross. Yo, Heracross is so freaking cool. And it's Teardot's favorite Pokemon, even though it doesn't pop in anymore. So this is what we gotta do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna rescue the Farfetch'd in this forest. We're gonna get cut. Okay? And then we're gonna get Headbutt. After that, it looks like we have to go through a route. And then we get access to the third gym. So, yeah. We'll probably just do the forest and then play another game or end stream. Not sure yet. Depends what Jimmy's doing and if Jimmy's down to do stuff. All right. Let's go. Helix Forest. Ooh, what Pokemon can we get here, actually? I didn't even think about that. At nighttime, we could get Oddish, which is Gen 1, Paris, which is Gen 1, and Zubat, which is Gen 1. Oh, that's terrible. If we Headbutt, we could get Pineco, though. There's a 30% chance to get Pineco. So, Repelling Cure is actually probably the best thing we could do. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of lazy. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Celebi? I don't know if we could get Celebi, but... Wait, we don't verse this guy, right? Oh yeah, we have to not step on branches. I actually like doing these types of puzzles. Okay, it looks like this looks pretty easy. Even I could do this. Let's go. Let's go. I caught it. It would be cool if I could keep it. Alright. Remember when we played Pokemon Gaia and I was so lost? Like, that's prepared me for this. Celebi would be cool, though. I don't know where this... Oh, he's right there. Maybe I want him... Huh? Wait, I forgot there's Pokemon here. We can't catch Oddish. It's Gen 1. I screwed up. No, I screwed up. We can't Headbutt now because this is the first encounter. I'm actually a dumbass. Yeah. I'm a dumbass. Oddish, Ilex, Forest, Gen 1, Sag. I kind of screwed up there. I should have repelled, but it would have been a lot of work to repel. Is that enough for me to catch him? Oh, it's not. I have to get it from behind? Bro, what? Bro. What? How am I supposed to catch him? Huh. What if I come from here? Oh, he'll stare in that direction. What if I go for him? No! Go the other way. Okay, I want him to go here. I'm actually stupid. Oh, this is like freaking statistics, bro. What is this shite? This is statistics. If I get it... Okay. I think I'm gonna have to make him run by going all the way around. I think that's my best bet. I think I do this. Yes! Okay, I get it now. I'm a genius. I get it. Let's go! Let's go. This is about as far from statistics as a... Oh yeah, you would know. Yeah, you're right. It's not statistics. I lied. Wait, I thought one of them gives me a headbutt. Did they not give me headbutt? Did I read it incorrectly? You rescue. Once they're rounded up, he rewards you with cut. Return to him afterwards to receive a charcoal. Afterwards? Wait, where's headbutt? I want to put my butt in some head. What? No, that's not what I meant. Do I have to just go back and... He's not here anymore. Huh? Wait, do I need cut to go through this forest? Oh my god, bro. This is such a weird... I don't want to teach my good Pokemon HM moves. Pinnacle is good because Fortress is a tank. You're right, but I'm an idiot and I screwed up by not using Repel. I mean, I would have to buy a lot of Repel, so it's whatever. Guys, I think this is what I'm going to do. We can't use this. Oh, but this becomes Togepi. If we get Togetic later, that's actually useful, and it's a Gen 2 Pokemon. I need to get an HM slave, guys. I need to get an HM slave. Wait. Where's the charcoal guy, actually? Even Nuzlocks need an HM slave? Yeah, people have different rules when it comes to HM slaves and Nuzlocks. Oh, here. I got charcoal. Okay. Charcoal boosts fire type moves by 1.1 or 1.2 or whatever. So that's going to be better on Sill. Picked up charcoal for Sill. And then we could give our Shell Bell to Zip Zop because I care more about Zip Zop than Crow. And now we have cut. So we have cut. I do want to teach Headbutt though. Only certain trees will yield Pokemon. I have to find every Pokemon, every area that has. I think you guys are right. I might have to catch an HM slave. Is that messed up, guys? Can I catch an HM slave? Or is that... Let me look at my rules. Okay? Let me see if it's against my own rules. Only one Pokemon per route can be caught. Gen 2. I can only catch Gen 2 Pokemon. It would be against my rules. But it's an HM slave. Who cares about HM slaves, right? Right? I'll have to think about this. Go ahead. You think I should? HM slaves. Okay. Stick to your own rules. It's like a devil and an angel right now. That's what you guys are doing. Yeah, I'll stick to my own rules. I could teach Cut to Noctowl. Hopefully. Noctowl is our worst Pokemon. And I think we could get better Pokemon by then. Do what you like. You guys all said different stuff. It's funny. You know what? I've never done that on a different Nuzlocke. I've stuck to my rules, so I'm going to stick to my rules here. It does 50 damage. Oh, he can't even learn it. Oh, I don't want my starter to have Gut. Oh, that sucks, man. I don't want that to happen. Let me think. We need to have it to progress, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open some stuff I had open before. And I'm gonna look. Cyndaquil. I'm gonna look at what he learns, okay? If he learns crazy... Not Cyndaquil. Quilava. If he learns crazy moves before evolving, then I might not teach Cut. I might, think of something else. Otherwise, I'll teach it. So right now, he's level 18. He learns Flame Wheel at level 20, which could replace Ember. Oh, his special attack is higher, too. So yeah, No! Wait, Ember is better. Might be slightly better, then. Whatever. Let's say I replace... Smokescreen is pretty useful, too. Let's say I replace Leer. And Swift, I could replace Quick Attack with Swift, maybe. Lava Plume. Is it worth teaching Cut? Let me see what he learns when he evolves to Typhlosion, and then I'll make the decision. If he learns something I can't replace, then it gets tricky. For those that don't know, HMs, you can't replace that move until later on in the game. So it could actually screw up your plans. You know what? He learns flamethrower level 42. I think I'll take out Leer. I think I'll take out Leer for cut. So take out Leer for cut, unfortunately. Okay. Bye, Leer. Bye, Leer. Okay, let's get through the forest, baby. Let's do this. Let's do this. That means tomorrow will be set very... Oh no, tomorrow's Thursday. Tomorrow's Thursday already, guys. Tomorrow we might start the Minecraft server. Because Thursdays... Well, I guess today's Thursday in New York now, but... For those that don't know, I basically made it so that Thursdays are where we play games outside of Pokemon. So we might play some Hollow Knight and then go into Minecraft or something. Hopefully Jimmy's thing is still going on as well. So holy shit, you're real? Ooh, we found an X attack. So we could use Headbutt in the forest, but it doesn't count as an encounter anymore. We have to get to that guy to get Headbutt. And then we have to figure out who to teach, if anyone on our team could even learn it. Suck him. Ew. How do we get to him? We'll go all the way around? That seems like a lot of work. It's so weird how there are no trainers. Like, so many forests have trainers in other Pokemon games. And this one, it's like, nope. Bro, he's actually headbutting with his own head, not even with a Pokemon. This guy is insane. This guy's actually insane. Okay. Who do we teach it to? Oh, we could teach it to anyone. Who do we teach it to? I'm tempted to teach it to Crow. Because Crow kind of sucks and will always suck. Oh, he can't learn it. Okay. Alright, let's teach it to Zip Zop. Okay, Zip Zop could learn it. Oh, he already has an HM too. Oh, it's kind of irritating. Do I have Dragon Ball D's nuts? What's DBD? Okay, so what I'm gonna try to do is see if okay. So he could learn Headbutt as well. His special attack is higher though. I wish I could take out Cut now. Oh. I would probably take out Smokescreen for Headbutt. Headbutt is actually not a bad move. It has 70 attack. It would be better on a normal type Pokemon. It would be better later on in the game when we get a normal type. I will say Zip Zop's special attack is much better. So I'll teach it to our starter. Dead by Daylight? Oh no, I don't have that. A lot of people want to play it though. Let's take out... Quick Attack just seems so useful, but Smokescreen is such a useful move in Nuzlocke. Why did I have to teach it Cut? Cut doesn't even have 100% accuracy. Headbutt has butt in the name. Oh, it's definitely good. And it's going to be useful. But I don't know what to take out. Quick Attack hits hard. It hits first. So it could be very useful if I need to get a quick kill in. But Smokescreen could be a very good setup move that reduces accuracy. Cut I can't take out, and Ember is a must-have because it's a fire-type move. So I don't know what to take out here. I might take out Smokescreen. Quick Attack or Smokescreen? Quick Attack. You know what? I'll take out Quick Attack since Headbutt is a normal move too. Quick Attack out, Headbutt in for trees. And now I could go to other areas of the game where you could use it. Because it's actually for Gen 2 Pokemon, which means we could add more Pokemon to our team. Which is very helpful before the next route. Oh, okay. For the next route. There she is. Oh my god. Bruh. Okay. No. I was like, what's going on? You could go to the move forgetter. Yeah, I know. I was trying to look at what would be useful for now, you know? Because move tutor is later. I don't know what that item is. Is it worth it to go all the way back? I'm a lazy boy. It looks like it's a tiny mushroom or something. Yeah, I don't care enough. I don't care enough. Let's just get out. Yo, what's up? Oh, this song sounds interesting. I don't want to explore this route yet. I want to see what else we could do with headbutt. So, see where we can headbutt before Route 34. We're going to leave it here for tomorrow's stream or Friday's stream. If I stream on Friday. Fridays are a bit tricky. Oh, no, Friday's PokeMMO. We're going to leave it here till Monday. Oh, damn, that's crazy. We're going to leave the Nuzlocke here until Monday. Yeah. Ah! I unplugged my headphones. Tomorrow we'll do some Hollow Knight. Probably, possibly. And some Minecraft. Friday we're going to do PokeMMO if I stream. And on the weekend also if I stream. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be the Nuzlocke grind again. So I'm just going to save the game here right now. File 7. And I'm going to stop recording. Me laughs in 14 hours. True. I almost pressed stop streaming, bro. Stop recording. Okay. Yo, the song's so freaking catchy. Guys, how long did I forget to switch it back to normal? How long was it on this screen? I'm such an idiot. I hope it wasn't for that long. Anyway. For those watching. Yeah, I'm gonna quit the game. And we're gonna do something really cool, okay? It's not that cool. Probably 3 minutes. Hopefully it wasn't when I was talking to the headbutt guy. Yeah, I'm gonna raid. Hey, we're not ending stream yet, okay? I'm on good vibes. I want to see what Jimmy's doing first. Watch this. Change to normal. Boom! It becomes bigger and chat is on the bottom. Raid dummy. I'm not gonna forget. Short enough, I didn't notice. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to make sure everything is perfect for you guys. I don't want to make anything bad for you guys. Now, I'm trying to make... There's so much that goes into the Nuzlocks. So many windows are open. So much is, like, going on. That to, like, remove everything takes some... You know, it's like, does this go there? Does this go there? You know what I'm saying? All right, we're good. Ping, everything you do is amazing. Bro, you're kissing up, and I love it, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. Except for getting to raid. I didn't forget to raid. I'm saying we're still going to hang out. Why do you guys want to leave me so fast? I want to see. Okay, I want to see what Jimmy is doing right now. That's what I want to know. Okay? That's... what I want to know.
Lork, I appreciate it.
Connecting to chat.
I read morning. I'm an idiot.
Oh, he's playing an actual game.
What you were saying.
He's playing an actual game. All right, maybe we'll just raid him normally then. Midas is playing Fall Guys. Yeah, maybe we'll end stream then. After raiding, for those that are going to leave, that don't want to stick around, that's fine. Of course, I'm not going to tell you what to do. But maybe stick around just for the raid coming in. He's a really cool guy. He's doing a subathon. First subathon ever. So it should be cool. He's with Liam. Cool. Yeah, but he's not playing like Fall Guys or something I could jump into, you know? So yeah, we're gonna raid him for sure. He's awesome. Here's the raid message. If it ever pops up, I don't know what's wrong with Streamlabs today. Look at Doctor Abandon You. I know, right? Freaking what bad. Oh my god, that's fine. Before we do any of that, ooh, you guys your guys' requested songs ended, so it's good. It's good timing as well. What we're gonna do is we're gonna look at my beautiful face, okay? And we're gonna roll the credits, baby. We're gonna roll the credits. Thank you guys for popping in. Daddy Frog Gamer, thanks for the cheers. Thanks for the raid fairy and gamer. Thanks for everyone watching and everyone who came in. The raid message wasn't popping up. I don't know why. So we're just gonna do it the old style way. Okay, if you're subbed, you could do this. If you're not subbed, yeah, thanks Stream Elements. You could not do that. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why the raid message didn't pop up. Sometimes it's just glitchy. We're gonna raid. He's really cool. He's doing a subathon. If you have money to spare and if you want to, you know, maybe shoot him a sub. Shoot him a follow. You'll probably get subbed and you could watch, you know, without ads. And we hang out and we stream together sometimes. So he's pretty cool. Most of you guys know him though, I think. And yeah, thanks for popping in. Today was actually really fun. I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me rate him. Should probably start the rate thing. And thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. Bye bye.
Fuck, I should have did that. Oh my god, I should have did that. I should have did that. I should have did that. I should not have did that. I was so delayed, guys. I'm sorry. I'm bad at this game. I'm very noobish. No, Liam, no! Ping's rating me. Yo, what's up, Ping? What's up? How we doing, Ping Pong Masters? Shut up, Ping. If y'all not following Ping, go follow. What time is Modcast? Might be asleep. Jimmy's so silly, I know. What's up, Ping? How we doing, everyone? If you don't know me, it's your boy Jimmy. This is my subathon. Yo, what's up? What's up, everybody? How we doing? What are we doing? So right now we're in the middle of a subathon. One sub to me adds 10 minutes of the stream, and we have 25 hours left of this fucking stream. So if anyone wants to torture me some more, there you go. Such a nice message. Yeah, Ding Dong, it's Ping Pong. Love that. How's your stream though, Ping? How's your stream? Welcome on in. What did you do today? Did you stream some Pokemon? You see, Bell and I would love to know